The Kenya Kwanza presidential candidate William Ruto will share power with his deputy president and prime cabinet secretary should he form government in the August 9th general election. This is according to latest information regarding the power sharing deal agreed upon by the leaders forming the Kenya Kwanza coalition, with Mudavadi being seen as the biggest beneficiary in the arrangement. The deal has also spelled out functions the deputy president will handle as the coalition seeks to have clearly defined roles for the office holders. Ford Kenya's Moses Wetangula is said to be the National Assembly's Speaker. It is not clear how the rest of the positions will be shared, given that other addendums based on town hall meetings that have been held in the recent past. The revelation of this agreement puts the spotlight on new entrants into the party, the likes of Maendeleo Chap and Pamoja African Alliance, on how they will benefit from the coalition agreement should the Kenya Kwanza team form government. Now, ODM Chief Raila Odinga is today expected to address the nation from Malindi. The Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Coalition Party is among various other issues expected to address the running mate position after the selection panel led by Noe Kesta finalized its work and prepared a report on the three best candidates fit to deputize Odinga. Reports indicate that now Kenya leader Martha Karua, Wiper leader Kalonzo Musyoka and Agriculture CS Peter Muya are the three candidates whose names have been shortlisted and forwarded to Odinga. We are waiting to see who Odinga will settle for, as Mount Kenya has maintained that the deputy president's position must come from the region, with Wiper leader Kalonzo Musyoka similarly insisting that he must be Azimio's running mate based on his experience and having deputized Odinga before in 2013 and 2017, and also having served as former President Mwai Kibaki's vice president. And Azimio la Umoja One Kenya CEO Raphael Tuju has criticized UDA presidential flag bearer William Ruto, claiming he has no credentials that will make Kenyans elect him to lead the nation on August 9th. In an interview with KTN News, Tuju linked Ruto to various scandals from when he was a member of YK92 in the KANU party, various post-election incidents, as well as corruption scandals in the agricultural sector. According to Tuju, Raila Odinga is best suited to run the country based on his records, which cannot be compared with Ruto's.
If I look at, say, for example, the other presidential candidate, I mean, he's got such an atrocious CV. I mean, this is a man who, you know, from 1992, YK92, you know, when you talk about his personal profile, he has got no stripes whatsoever of being a patriot in this country compared to our candidate who has made personal sacrifices. If you're talking about reputation, you should look at the reputation of the candidate on the other side, with the issues with the maize, land grabbing. I mean, really, you can't possibly compare that reputation with the reputation that our candidate has.
Tuju also made it clear that some of the leaders who migrated to Kenya Kwanza from Azimio had demands that could not be met. Tuju hinted that some of the leaders have asked President Uhuru Kenyatta to help them get rid of corruption cases facing them in court.
Some of the governors did insist that they do have some cases in EACC, DCI, and what can Raila do? Not even President Uhuru can do anything about it as a precondition. Somebody like, say, you know, Anne Waiguru. Those are things which came on the discussion table. You know, you should not be surprised. I mean, if you look at Njuki, for example, one time he was supporting Raila, then all of a sudden he went to support the other side. And, you know, these were issues which, even if they are casually referred to, so, you know, with a bit of a wink, simuonge na mkubwa aone kama hii kesi inaweza enda pole pole. And I'm sorry, we're not going to wink at anybody.
Speaking in Magarini, Odinga called on Kilifi residents to punish Kingi by electing Azimio leaders. This comes as Tuju hints that 6 more parties are expected to join Azimio soon. Now, a petitioner has filed a case in court seeking to hold the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission's directive for political parties to comply with the 2/3 gender rule. The lawyer Adrian Kamotho, in his lawsuit, claimed the Electoral Commission never undertook any public participation prior to the issuance of the notice. He argued in his petition that public participation is required under Article 10 and 88(5) of the Constitution. Due to this provision, Kamotho insisted that the Wafula Chebukati-led commission has adopted an erroneous arithmetical approach to the proper realization of the 2/3 gender rule. Now, security chiefs in Nyanza region have assured of maximum security at the 5-day Afri-Cities conference that kicks off in Kisumu next week. Nyanza Regional Commissioner Magu Mutendika says they are prepared the stage for peaceful, successful conference. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Sasseto. Good morning.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
No, this wheelbarrow, how can you give people wheelbarrow? His party symbol is an umbrella. Is he distributing umbrellas in McQueen?
Have you been told if we don't lock between 10 to 4, this is what we're saving?
You try and call them, the same person who was in your house every day, because they know you are influential and you will give them votes. Call them after 1 month and see if they'll pick up their phone.
Don't tell your member of parliament that you want him to come and build a school, you want him to come and do a hospital. That is not the work of the member. Now that we have devolution in this country, this resources should go to those devolved units.
You have to have strong, independent institutions. And you have to have police who has the right to take the biggest town in the country and question, why did you do this and that, and send them to court if necessary.
Joel in Kericho, good morning.
Salama sana Eric, habari ya asubuhi.
Salama kabisa. Mbunge wako ni nani?
Anaitwa Silvanus Maritim, hapa ni Ainamoi.
Silvanus Maritim, Ainamoi.
Yes. Sasa ile juma namwambia yeye nini? Amalize aende. Asante sana.
That's it.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Okay, starting off Thursday morning, and it looks like traffic may not be too much of an issue, especially at this hour. Likely to pick up, though, in most parts of the city. Southern Bypass looking pretty good at this point, getting over the drama of yesterday, and hopefully we will not have a repeat of the same today. Coming off Jogo Road, getting into the city looks all right. Uhuru Highway, no traffic here at all as you're getting into the city and then out towards Westlands. We're seeing a little bit of movement on the Thika Superhighway just past Survey, but, we should be all right through that, at least for now. Coming off of Wayaki Way, the whole part of Westlands, some traffic building up there. Not to forget, the Red Hill Link Road will take you away from the drama that is Wayaki Way at the moment. James Gishoro looking pretty good. Hopefully we can remain in that position for some time. Just in case things go crazy, we'll let you know. SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Talk to us there as well. Text on 40127.
SpiceFM, Nakuru. This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room. A place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room. Witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice. Communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair.
It's 9 minutes after
journalist,
6. Good morning. How are you doing? The 12th day of March 2022. Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation today. Ndu?
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
What color is that?
Which one?
Your dress.
It's red.
Ah.
It's red.
Right.
Power.
City?
Yes.
Good morning.
Morning, Eric.
What color is your jacket? Not that one.
This. Red.
Sawa, mumeamua. You guys are colluding.
Yes.
So you guys have been talking behind my back.
We most definitely
And even in
have.
front of your face.
Yes. We certainly, definitely, without a question, without a doubt. That is precisely what we've been doing.
And wouldn't you send me a message yesterday? She told me blue. So here I am in blue. And you silly people are in red.
You're implicating me in something in which I was not involved. I do not understand. Oh, I told you blue what? Let's clarify, my friend.
Actually, there are two things here. He heard blue. That's what he heard. What did you say?
I said nothing.
See? You said nothing, him he heard blue.
And yet you didn't come with nothing.
So every time you say nothing, Eric hears blue.
It would appear so. It's a smashing blue, though, I must
Eric,
say.
what happens when I say nothing? What do you hear?
When you say nothing?
Well,
The sounds of silence are really loud.
You're not going to distract me from whining about
It's a smashing
what
blue,
you
and I like the
have
fact
done.
that you've combined two shades of blue.
People have done.
Very
You
nice.
can see what you people have done.
Very nice.
Conspired.
Oh, you're so cute when you pout.
City, how you doing though?
I'm doing very well.
Hii jacket ya pesa umeamua. Siweke pesa kwa bank bwana.
You know, it's very tedious going to the bank.
The man can't leave a jacket
Hata
behind.
hii mambo ya kuninio usimu ati unafinya vitu na thumb ndio pesa itoke kwa bank kuja kwa simu.
Hautaki.
Hiyo kazi ni mingi.
Unataka kushika pesa yako.
You just reach. It's
touch
there are
your
two
money.
actions. You reach. When you fold your arms again,
money is there.
Pesa iko.
Yes.
Yes.
You know, they talk about all these things. So I was growing up, you know, all these jokes about development and people's development. I grew up among the Maasai people, you know. So jokes used to be, so this guy has gone and sold his cows. So he has money.
Lots of it.
Akona pesa.
Na amepewa taslim.
Amepewa cash money. Then he's told, go to the bank, like talk, KCB, deposit your money. So man walks to like talk, KCB, deposits his money.
He has an account?
Yes.
Okay.
No, he does not. See, an account is opened. He's made to weka kidole hapa, and then this person takes the money away.
Ati? The
See
person who brought you.
No.
You've gone to deposit the money.
Teller.
Yeah, the teller is the one who takes the money away.
Yeah.
Omo.
Yeah, it's like, hey, wait. What? Yeah, no, we are keeping it for you. You're keeping it for me, yeah. Are you sure? You can even see there's a security guard out there. Okay. Guy chomokas, goes, weka nyama, kula. Later he's like, but how is my money doing? Comes back to the bank. Ebu bring my money, I see.
You have to ask.
Nataka ona pesa yangu. Money. I mean, it's in your account.
I want to see it.
Did I give you account or did I give you money?
I gave you
gave
money.
I want to see my money.
Can I see the money?
And it periodically come, even tomorrow he'll come in the afternoon as he's
Nataka
passing
kuona
by.
pesa yangu. Pesa yangu iko
Yeah,
hapa.
pesa yangu hapa.
But it makes perfect sense, doesn't it?
Akina CT hao.
Yes.
Yeah, nataka kuona pesa yangu.
Seeing is believing.
It is?
Yes. And believing is also seeing.
Yes.
When I see,
Then you believe.
I believe.
When you believe?
I see. So this story of Sijui, what happened where and how it Nope.
This story is actually now, the funny bit about this story is the story is being told by his wives and his children.
Yeah.
Mzee sold cows. Wewe. Ameleta shida kwa bank.
But you see the drama this drama that is being enacted here is so educational and instructional in how it is people literalize concepts.
Yes.
What that guy was doing is exactly what he ought to do and what I would do. Because they have told you they're keeping your money. Precisely. So, if I ask for you to show me my money, you ought to. Because you have it.
Absolutely.
Yes. Now, this thing of telling me it's in my account.
If I gave you a cow to take care of,
Yes.
I'll come and look at the herd and identify my cow.
Precisely. So now you're telling me that my cow is in the account.
Oh my goodness.
No.
Anyway, welcome to the conversation. Today is Thursday, so it's Justice Thursday. And remember we hosted Justice Professor Joel Ngoge a couple of days, sometime last year, right? Another Oloitoktok man. So Justice Joel Ngugi is the head of the Alternative Justice System Committee of the Judiciary. He's based in Nakuru. They are launching the AJS in Nakuru in coming days. We will have two people from Nakuru. One is the Chief Magistrate of the Nakuru Law Courts, Lilian Arika, and a Sub-County Police Commander at Nakuru East, Elena Kabukuru. So the cop and the magistrate will be with us in the studio, and they'll be talking about this justice, alternative justice machinani, how it works, how it should work, and what they're seeing it working. At 8 o'clock, we'll have a conversation about the World Fair Trade Day, and we'll be joined by two people. One of them is Bernard Outa. He's the regional director at the World Fair Trade Organization, Africa and Middle East. And the second person is Agapitas Kubasu. He is the operations manager, operations manager at Fair Trade Africa, Eastern and Central Africa Network, and the Fair Trade Africa Climate Change Focal Point. We'll have a conversation about the World Fair Trade Day 2022, what it is, what they hope to achieve on that, and what we should learn and how we can participate. 9 o'clock, we'll have another justice conversation. Now this time is on elections. The integrity question in the 2022 elections. Joining us will be the Director of Public Prosecutions, Nordin Haji, and the CEO of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, Twalib Mbarak. We'll ask them, okay, so why are these people that we know, they have court cases? One is a murder case, another one is corruption case, another one is corruption cases, and others. Why are they actually out there campaigning as if they can be cleared to vie? So they'll come and tell us, explain to us exactly why. All right, keep it here for that. We're already at 17 past.
We are.
Hi.
Quickly. Former UK Prime Minister Gordon Brown has said the world is complacent on COVID and said, you know what, guys, stepping out of the belly of retirement, he's warned that the world risks sleepwalking into another COVID variant crisis if it does not increase vaccinations in low-income countries. We've been having this conversation before. The plans that should be then established in Kenya, the one that has already been established in South Africa, and saying, you know what, guys, if we don't actually get this done, it's possible for us to go into trouble. Again, citing low-income countries as what could be the source of another variant. It has not been the case. For all 4 variants that have showed up in the last 2 years, low-income countries have not borne the brunt of the drama. So, I don't know where this call is coming from, but he was speaking at the International COVID Summit. And he said the world has become complacent. And he said that it's time not to fear, but to actually do something about it. Tragically, sleepwalking into the next variant. Political leaders are still not listening to the medical advice that is still out there. We've got to increase vaccination, continue to test at a high level, and provide the new treatments that are available. Otherwise, things will come back to haunt us. This is what he's saying.
If we're not proactive.
Okay. And he's talking to the world about that. 18 new cases in Kenya. Positivity rate of 0.6%. Another day of 0 recorded deaths. That's what COVID looks like today.
We thank God. It is 18 after 6. Are you online? Yes, you are. Many of you are. Say hello to us and we'll be doing that roll call shortly. Let's take a look at the weather forecast.
Cloudy conditions in Nairobi this morning. We'll see highs of 26 and lows of 16. At 14 degrees, Nakuru is clear. 27 will be the high and lows of 14. Light rain in Nyeri this morning at 16, highs of 25 and lows of 14. And at 13, Eldoret is clear. We'll see highs of 25. It's mostly clear in Mombasa at 26, highs of 31 and lows of 25. While Malindi is clear as well at 28. We'll see highs of 31 and lows of 27. Kisumu is clear at 19, highs of 28. And it's also clear in Kakamega at 17 currently. We'll see highs of 29 and lows of 16. Mostly clear conditions at 21 in Kampala, highs of 26 and lows of 18. And at 23, Dar es Salaam is partly cloudy this morning, highs of 31, back down to lows of 23. A chilly morning in Johannesburg at 9 degrees. It'll come into Thursday with highs of 22. And at 26 is light rain in Lagos, highs of 32, back down to lows of 26. Mostly clear conditions at 23 in Kinshasa. We'll see highs of 32 and back down to lows of 23. Let's look out into Beijing. We're at 17 degrees. It's sunny. Highs of 19 and lows of 10. Paris is cloudy at 13. Highs of 22 and lows of 10. In London, it's clear at 10. We'll see highs of 19. And New York still Wednesday night, clear at 14. Coming into Thursday, we'll see highs of 22 and lows of 14.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4
Online.
SpiceFM, Nairobi.
Ondicho says, good morning, enjoying the show from Kamthusi Mwingi as usual. Ongwai Divina says, good morning. Good morning, guys, from Collins. And Rulani Chwake says, good morning. Choke. Abraham Lucarito says, good morning. And from Sierra County, that's where Mark, or rather Victor, is. Idewa Francis says, good morning, Spice FM. Your best says, good morning. Robert Kemboy says, that Kenya Kwanzaa structure looks like BBI. What happened? I thought they said Uchumi Kwanzaa. See your view. Okay. Ondicho says again, yes, good morning. Imunya Stella says, please, please, bring the station to Meru. I love the station so much, but I only get it online. Okay. Tick, tick. Ednah says, good morning. Enjoying the show from Chaka. That's where Paul Muga is this morning. And Robert Nbogo says, hello from Mombasa. Andrew Franklin, good morning on another Injustice Thursday, he says. All right. Listening keenly in Nairobi. Buyaya Marachi Butula says, good morning. Simon Murakana. Evans Omonye, of course, in the EACC conversation. I realized that okay. He's looking forward to the EACC conversation this morning. So good morning to you. Thanks for joining us, guys.
Okay, City, where are we today?
We're still in Sudan, southern Sudan, that is. Even if a log lies in water for a long time, it does not become a crocodile.
Even if that what?
A log lies in the water for a long time, it does not become a crocodile.
Why ever not?
It's unfair to the log.
All right. Are we then supposed to take the view that if a crocodile is out of the water for a long time, it still doesn't become a log?
It becomes something close to a log. Sawa.
Ni sawa, tumeelewa.
Sawa. They would know. They have the Nile. Welcome. Let's take a look at what we call the newspaper headlines. Right? Right. Premium content online. Today, another one. They are not promoting that big story. They have not put it here. Anyway, you know there's a lot of good stories in the Standard e-paper every day. Today is Thursday, and there's usually the pullout on real estate. So, exodus by firms from the CBD casts a dark cloud over city in the sun. That is an issue, a big one that is being highlighted in the real estate pullout of the Standard today. But what's in the papers?
Oh, quite a lot. So, it's an interesting story on page 8 and 9. And the church has said, we have fallen. Help us rise. Yeah.
Who?
The church.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Let me tell you how and why. If the newspaper would just agree to open, the life can be
On
good.
page 9?
Yes. So, the church has fallen, help us rise. And this is a message directly to the media. The church lost media attention when it turned to soft diplomacy, according to the Kenya Conference of Catholic Bishops yesterday. Reverend Anthony Muheria of the Catholic Archdiocese of Nyeri said that in the past, the clergy confronted issues and were labelled rebels, and this has made them hit the headlines. The ground shifted because it became business-oriented. Some of us were hijacked by political rhetoric. The church found itself in an uncomfortable space, and the tenses shifted away from the lenses, I beg your pardon, shifted, some could say the tenses as well, shifted away from us. He added, sometimes the messages were twisted to become punchy as compared to the times of the late Ndingi Mwananzeki, Alexander Muga and Reverend Timothy Njoya, who headline news on a daily basis. He was speaking during a breakfast meeting between the Kenya Editors Guild and the Kenya Conference of Catholic Bishops in Nairobi. The meeting was convened to help the church reclaim its space in public discourse. The church was urged to preach peace and advocate free and fair elections come the 9th of August. We have to have Kenya at heart and draw a moral compass to lead us to have peace, peaceful elections. We should do civic education for the public to understand why they should vote and vote wisely. Let them understand that their vote is a defense, not an offense. Muheria called on the media to embrace the church and only disseminate facts and truths as the country gears towards elections. He said, let's all look at Kenya as the common goal and build trust and the goodwill we have now. Truth is what I can die for. Let's speak a message of hope on social and mainstream media. We have the muscle, we have the credibility. We need to partner and regain our space for the good of the nation.
So the Catholic bishops were meeting with the Kenyan editors.
Yes.
And this is why they said, all right, so we want to work together. We want to do something. I mean, we want to engage on this particular front. And Archbishop Muheria is saying, we strayed, and you can even tell where we strayed. We strayed, the ground shifted because we became business-oriented. Yes. Some of us were hijacked by political rhetoric. The church found itself in an uncomfortable space, and the lenses shifted away from us. What is that? What does he mean by hijacked by political rhetoric?
He was one of the ones who was quite bold when it came to when politicians would come to church and by way of donations shifted the message from whatever salvation or was being preached towards who you should throw your support behind. He did join Archbishop of the Anglican Church. He joined other mainstream churches and said, you know what, we need to be careful about this. So this could be what he's speaking of here, where it said it shifted, whereby politicians were coming and taking over the pulpit, for example. And all we spoke then about was which leader wanted to do what where.
Yeah.
And then again, connecting that with how it became a business enterprise. You're launching this school bus for the church needs this tomorrow. You're building the children's center in church. It's a politician who comes, and by virtue of the fact that they're donating, they take the attention for the day.
But look, well, at the same time, well, we could look at it and say, yeah, there's an argument about that. Let's also look at the examples that he himself gave. The late Alexander Muga, the late Ndingi Mwananzeki, the Reverend Timothy Njoya, the late Archbishop Manasseh Kuria, Bishop Kulu, and the others. What were they doing? They were being vocal about the issues that are taking place in the country.
Yes.
And not, mixing the message.
There was no shying away from what they were saying.
They were clear.
Yeah.
This is right, this is wrong.
Yeah.
Maybe you can say it was the time, because at that time there was the whole country was talking about political openness and all, and then the message was being amplified. But we don't hear this now.
And I think that's exactly what he's saying.
Archbishop Muheria himself does not come out to say, this is wrong, Mr. President.
We don't hear a bullish approach to what is right and what is wrong. In those days, you would hear that. Especially, like you're saying, the folks, Ndingi Mwananzeki did not shy away from when he saw something which he believed was absolutely wrong. He took every opportunity, pulpit and away from pulpit, to say, guys, what we're doing is wrong, without fear of what might happen or who might do what to him. And he's saying, because of that, these folks made the headlines on a regular because they were going against the grain. Yeah. They made the headlines because they were very clear about what it is that the conviction was.
They remained a true moral compass.
But that doesn't happen today because the church has become comfortable with the political rhetoric and the business enterprise that a lot of churches have become.
We've been telling them this for a very long time. Now is when the penny has dropped, has
It has
it?
dropped.
But they're also shifting blame.
Yes,
Saying
they
it's
are.
the media.
The Catholic Church is shifting blame and saying it's actually the others. When he says, we've been ground has shifted, we've become business oriented, he's basically pointing a finger at a certain section of the clergy.
Yes.
That section of the clergy is the Evangelical Association of Kenya. Yesterday they had a meeting with Deputy President William Ruto.
Yes.
They did.
They were discussing what, a Ruto presidency would entail. Basically, Ruto was talking to them and saying, this is what I'd like to do. I'll make security tenders public to beat graft, Ruto vows to clerics. So we're seeing a church that is sort of... Yesterday, the church was busy because the Catholic bishops were speaking here. The evangelicals were also meeting and saying, okay, we want to see the political direction that the country is taking, and we want to play our part in it. We want to hear what your manifesto is. We want to hear your stand on particular issues, whether it's corruption and all, and the style of leadership. The others, the National Council of Churches of Kenya, was also busy yesterday. They met at Jumuiya Center to reflect on the possible scenarios before and during elections, where the General Secretary of the NCCK, the Reverend Canon Kinyanjui, called on politicians to respect people's choices and let them vote as they wish. So the church is up there, is active again. Is it sufficiently active?
No, it is not.
It isn't.
It most certainly isn't. And then it's coming into this entire discussion rather late. You see, the role of the church isn't supposed to be periodic. It's supposed to be continuous. It's supposed to be an everyday thing. It's supposed to be something that is there consistently, reliably.
So you shouldn't have a conversation, CT,
No.
about when the church used to do this.
No, it can't.
shouldn't be,
It's not
yeah.
something that's supposed to be seasonal. Okay? And the message that the church is supposed to put across, again, is not supposed to be seasonal, and is also not supposed to be sectarian so that it suits certain moods and certain times, or placates certain moods and certain times. It should be just precisely that, consistently what it is that they stand for, given what it is the mandate of that particular office is.
So then I hear you saying, look at what this the headline of this story is, and basically what Muheria is saying here. It is not the media who's going to help you get back to that place. It is you who must do it for yourself.
What media are they talking about?
Yeah. If you
They
did what
have
you were
a
supposed to do,
congregation.
The
perhaps
media
no
should
choice
embrace
but
the
to pick up
media
what
should
you're
embrace the church.
We in the media also happen to be part of their congregations.
Yes.
All right? Now, if the message that they give us, if the message that they put across to us on Sunday, on Saturday, on a weekly basis, in the middle of the week, if the message doesn't resonate with the all-encompassing truth, how exactly do they expect to change lives? Because people look to them to be able to give direction. And the message has been, you have not been giving directions. You have been following the politicians. So it had been difficult to distinguish between the church and the politicians. Yes.
And even those that do not allow politicians to come and speak at the pulpit, they will still not call them out.
No, they do not call them out. They don't say wrong is wrong.
Yeah.
Meaning this is wrong. Not if every time some issues have come up, people have been impeached, issues have risen. The church ought to lend their voice and say, folks, you know something? If this is actually true, it is wrong. Let the court do its job. Let justice follow the path it's supposed to. But
the
say
church should say.
But they are quiet.
Yes.
They are it's pin drop silence when it comes to these issues.
Actually, yes. In this particular conversation of who should be vying and who should not be vying.
Should they not have been involved in this conversation?
Chapter 6 has been bastardized because the church has been quiet.
Pin drop silence. Pin drop silence.
Okay, let's take a break. Let's see how the roads are looking like. It's 26 minutes to 7.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Spice FM, Malindi.
All right, so we're we're seeing a build-up of traffic now on Huru Highway, getting out into the city. Most parts of the city have just not yet woken up, and I don't know what's going on this Thursday. The Thika Superhighway is looking pretty heavy. We're looking at traffic just past the Utali Drift, or rather just before the Utali Drift, and then beyond that, going out towards that outer ring junction. All right, where else are we looking at it? Coming out of Westlands as well, that continues. Wayaki Way, a little bit here and there on Ring Road Westlands, but really, for the most part of it, traffic hasn't really begun this morning. What's going on? Not that we're asking for it, but, just hoping that everything is okay. Knock on wood, fingers crossed. Let's take a look in a short while what it looks like and talk on SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
Are you ready? Okay.
Spice FM. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
Minutes to 7. So, we'll be talking about this particular case. This one of the Department of Correctional Services and several prisons and several enterprising Kenyans. Right? So somebody at the Department of Correctional Services works as a cleaner, and there's somebody else who works as a senior accounts person. And then there are businesses that have been registered, and there are tenders that are awarded, and there is no supply that is supplied, and there is money that is paid. The High Court has frozen the properties of an accountant and 2 traders who allegedly conspired with a cleaner to steal more than 300 million shillings from the prisons department. Lady Justice Esther Minor issued the order following an application by the EACC. This is as EACC widens investigations into prison officers and other staff who colluded with the cleaner, Eric Kipkurui Mutai, to defraud the money meant for buying food for prisoners. EACC claims the 2 traders, Joseph Mwangi and Maureen Mwikia, colluded with Mutai and were paid millions of shillings under the guise that they had supplied sugar to 4 prisons. Instead, they used the money to buy a block of apartments in Komarok and another house in Eastlands. The commission alleges that the payments were being facilitated by principal accountant at the State Department of Correctional Services, James Sirengo, who got kickbacks. So, the judge also stopped Sirengo from withdrawing, transferring, or accessing some loose 8 million shillings that was sitting in his account at Housing Finance. And they alleged that he received as kickback for authorizing the illegal payment for goods not delivered to the prisons department. So here is a twist. The EACC, after conducting intensive forensic investigations into this saga, and trying to find out who exactly is behind this. This is 300 million shillings that has just been out of government.
Yeah.
Who's the mastermind? They've established that the mastermind is one Eric Kipkurui Mutai, who works as a cleaner. A cleaner. Okay?
Not the supervisor of cleaners, the one who actually pushes the broom.
That guy who is a cleaner in these offices is actually the brains behind this entire heist. So, for example, among Mutai's properties were 7 vehicles, a house in Nairobi valued at 17.5 million shillings, 2 parcels of land in Kisii valued at 25 million shillings, another piece of land in Kericho valued at 17 million shillings. This guy's salary is 20,800. He registered 7 companies between 2012 and 2016 for the sole purpose of siphoning public funds under the guise of supplying foodstuff to prisoners. He colluded with senior prison officers in charge of supplies and hatched this plot for which his companies were being paid 257 million shillings without supplying nothing. In this latest suit filed on Wednesday, the EACC claims Mutai incorporated Mwangi and Mwikia in the fraudulent scheme, and their companies, Joslil General Supplies Limited and Reen Africa Limited, were paid millions of shillings for sugar which was not supplied. So, for instance, they say, our investigation has established that the traders were aided by the principal accountant, and to get payments for goods not delivered, their properties and money constitute proceeds of corruption. Mwangi and Muikia were paid an initial 17 million shillings for food and rations to 4 prisons in Nairobi. The foodstuff was never supplied, while Mutai received another undisclosed amount, which he used to buy a small house somewhere in Nairobi. Worth, these affordable housing things, 8.5 million shillings. Chukua and lete nyumba.
That's okay.
8.5 million. Niko na kanyumba kidogo pale. Chukua ya 8.5 million.
The prison services, don't they realize that they have misplaced talents in their midst?
Telling you, look at that kind of guy you made him a cleaner, surely. Huh?
The guy has cleaned them.
Huh?
Proper talent.
Indeed.
I think ESCC should hire this guy.
You know how that movie Catch Me If You Can?
Yes.
Then the FBI hired him.
Mm-hmm.
It can help you do many things, man.
Oh, by the way,
this guy is thinking like how a proper fraudster would think. So when you see and you can establish who exactly is the brains behind this operation.
This fellow, without a shadow of a doubt, all things being constant, where constant here means there's nobody behind him, there's no other big shot behind him, and it's just him.
It's him.
Okay? This fellow is truly sharp. Unfortunately, his mind has been used in procuring things nefariously. That notwithstanding, that he's able to actually pull it off, and it's being documented.
And it's within a period of how long? He incorporated the companies between 2012 and 2016.
Precisely.
Just 4 years. Some 200 and close to 300 million shillings.
You know what it speaks of in my mind? How it is we do not create adequate opportunities for people in this country. Because how does somebody end up as a cleaner? It means everything else that you wanted, you couldn't get. This is what you could get. Doesn't stop your brain from working, though.
No, indeed it doesn't.
No. So you sit there studying, watching, studying, observe. You realize the bulk of these people don't really know how to put such a distance. So you set the thing in motion slowly.
Let me just do it for myself.
Yes, he does. And he did.
All these properties in his name.
Yes.
House for 17 million shillings. House 8.5 million shillings. Small plot of land, 17 million shillings in Kericho. And a piece of land in Kisii. Land in Kisii.
These things were acquired over a period of time. It isn't as though he did all these things in one day.
It's within 4 years.
Yes.
Within 4 years.
Yes.
But if you think about them, that's like overnight.
It is actually. For 4 years, it's like overnight.
Yeah. Anyway, what are you looking at, City?
Sir, I'm looking at something very interesting. It's the headline on the Standard. Mudavadi reaps big, but what is in it for others? The way this story caught my attention, let me just read.
Yes.
The pair of Mudavadi and Wetangula delivers a sweetheart deal that hands Western Region a prime cabinet secretary, National Assembly Speaker, 7 CSs and 30% of other government posts. But the question is how Ruto will share the balance of 70% with the rest of the country. This particular headline speaks of political promises. And the consistency that I have observed over time with regards to our political promises, they are very rarely kept. Very rarely.
They're stories.
Yes. Especially when you're promising something that doesn't exist. We do not have a position of a prime cabinet secretary.
Unless they create one.
In the old, yes.
Executive order.
Precisely. You can. But right now, it doesn't exist. In the past, when we had... we did have a cabinet secretary, or we also had a head of the civil service. But in this new order that we have, unfortunately, those things don't quite exist. But what it also tells you is how the balancing act of divvying out positions and sharing this national cake is going to be. If this is what is being reported about...
The deal. So what is Mudavadi getting? Mudavadi gets like chief minister.
Prime cabinet secretary.
Right.
Yes.
So he's like, what are the jobs? Coordination?
Well, he's supposed to assist the president and deputy in coordination and supervision of ministries and state departments.
That's number one. Number two.
Coordinate and supervise national government functions and oversee implementation of policies and programs. Ministry of Interior and coordination of national government placed under Prime CS.
That's number 2. Number 3?
Chair and coordinate government legislative agenda across the ministries and state departments.
Number 4?
Sounds like a repetition of the second one. Chair and coordinate and supervise technical monitoring and evaluation of policies, programs, and projects. Sounds like a repetition.
Number 5? No.
Well, okay.
Uh-huh.
Perform other functions as may be designated by the president.
This one sounds like what exactly Matiang'i is doing today.
Yes, it is.
Super CS.
Yes. He chairs that coordination committee. He oversees implementation of government programs. He oversees, implementation and legislative agenda. All those things.
So if
there is a script already.
So yeah, Mudavadi is just being promised he'll be another Matiang'i.
Yes. Now, the person who will be Ruto's running mate, is he going to be complaining like Ruto is complaining today
now about Matiang'i,
that his job was taken by Matiang'i?
Because when all these duties are being done, you've actually asked the pertinent question. If all this work is being done by the Prime Cabinet Secretary, what is the deputy going to do?
The
deputy atapewa nyumba Karen. Maybe atapewa kakitu hapo, minister. He'll have a portfolio. Minister for water.
Environment.
Or Home Affairs.
Yes.
Back to Vice President and Minister for Home Affairs. Yeah. And then Wetangula gets Speaker of the National Assembly. And yeah, now let's look at it now on the political side. Western has more than a of the details of the Kenya Kwanza promises. Coming hot on the heels of 2 defections on that side, where they come in and say, we signed the document, we actually don't even know what's contained in the document. We don't know what our promises are in that document. And then these other guys leak what the promises are in their document. We are transparent people. And then this is what we are. I mean, we are not like those other guys who are using the register of political parties to hide the details of what people signed, and the people are just signing the final page.
But this story of signing the final page, I don't buy it.
It's a lie.
It's hogwash. Come on.
I don't buy it.
Although those who have actually talked, if you talk to many of them, they'll tell you that document kept changing, even in last minute.
But I think Professor Mutua told us the same thing. He said there was a back and forth and back. Now, if it was changing and they know it was changing, it means they were reading it. Did the whole document change? Or did it change because people wanted certain things changed?
Remember what Farah Maalim told us yesterday?
Yes.
There was an agreement. You signed this thing so we can get the party registered. As then we work out the details. Shake hands and move on.
But then there's the other aspect of it. And this one, Farah Maalim himself admitted. He wasn't in on every meeting that was held discussing these matters.
Yes.
Okay? Some of those things, it was reported to him.
But as a deputy party leader, he has not seen this document that has been signed. Nobody has a copy.
No. Which document has he not seen? The document that was finally signed, or the document that was presented to them eventually?
The document that was registered with the ORPP.
Whenever I find a situation that seems obscure in politics, like this one here, where we'll have difficulties determining which is actually true or not, people have taken a position that will favor them. Okay? We'll be told there's a document. Seasoned politicians who have moved from this party to the other party, who have seen treachery, have practiced treachery, and understand the animal well, want to come and now tell us that they simply signed because on a matter of faith.
After all, they were told, don't worry, we'll sort it out.
We are working. It was work in progress.
That
work
one,
in progress has been completed without you knowing. Wait. See, we said we are going to discuss this.
And all this time there was silence until now. And this thing was signed when? Yesterday, the day before? Why was there not an issue before? No.
Pertinent questions, I'm telling you. And you're feeding people another line of disbelief here, and it's very difficult to swallow.
You see, one of the
things, no idea what was going on.
A tool that many seasoned politicians and seasoned political parties always do is called disinformation. Okay? If you want to win, it's not just a question of you endearing yourself to the voter, but it's in you painting the other people in as dark a color as you possibly can. And also sowing discord among them. Okay? Sowing discord, let me say, it's open season. There are no limits to what one will do or can do. Okay? Now, I think we've entered that phase.
That's it, huh?
Yes, we've entered that phase. And we're going to see more and more. Remember, right now, The former Prime Minister, the Right Honorable Raila Odinga, is at the coast. Okay? Campaigning. That will have its consequences.
Yes.
Okay? The Deputy President and his people are also campaigning. Everyone is campaigning. But the energy with which the issue of divvying up and dividing the spoils of government, that seems to have taken center stage.
Yeah.
And why now? At a time when Azimio seem to be having an issue of who is supposed to occupy the position of Deputy President. So this isn't accidental. It isn't as though this has suddenly come out. No. It has come out at a time when clearly Azimio seem to be having the issues. And yet, the committee that determines inform us that 3 names have been given to the presidential candidate to determine. Okay.
He has until Monday.
My
Deadline.
friend, whether he has it until Monday or whatever. You see, the bottom line in all these discussions is this. These political leaders, do they actually have the power to move the voters with them if they decide to take a position? That is the question I keep asking myself. Who among them has the power? So when they move, the voter also moves. Who? And when you're told the voter will move, really, will the voter move?
Will the voter actually move?
Yes. The fact that the voters moved the last time, does it mean that this time around that they're going to move?
It doesn't guarantee.
Sawa. If those that remain are not influenced by anyone to remain, then those that move will not be influenced by anyone to move.
Hard stance, isn't it? Let me tell you a story about another hard stance.
Yes.
It's reported in The Nation today. A woman shocked an Eldoret court yesterday after she begged it to jail her son until the day she dies.
What?
Yes. Miss Sally Rotich was in tears as she narrated to Eldoret Senior Resident Magistrate Christine Menya how their only child has been subjecting the family to torture. Miss Rotich said her son Nelson Kiptolimo, 33, has been beating her and her husband, forcing the father to flee the home on several occasions. She told the court that despite the son serving a jail term of more than 2 years for assaulting them, he did not change. She begged the court not to release him until her death so that she can live in peace. I beg this court not to release this boy. My life is in danger due to frequent threats and attacks from the accused. I desire the accused to remain in jail until our deaths for us to enjoy peace. If he is released before our deaths, he is going to kill us. This is what Ms. Rotich told the court. Persistent assaults and threats from the son had forced the 60-year-old father to flee to Mombasa. The son had also intimidated neighbors into keeping off their homestead, making it hard for the parents to be rescued whenever he attacked. The distressed mother was addressing the court during the plea taking in the case where Mr. Limo had been charged with threatening to kill his mother while armed with a panga. The court heard that on April 23rd at Lemok village in Kapseret sub-county of Uasin Gishu County, he threatened to kill his mother and any witnesses to the killing. The accused denied the charge. Responding to the plea raised by the mother, the magistrate ordered a probation report before she can determine whether or not Mr. Rotich can be released on bond. I have heard your concerns as a parent, and this court cannot make a decision to deny the accused bond before receiving a probation report. On the request to jail the accused indefinitely, the court the court directed his mother to raise the matter during the hearing of the case, which will be mentioned on the 23rd of this month.
This is
bizarre?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh my God. And she says, in fact, you know what? Please, just jail this man.
Otherwise,
keep him away from me.
Yeah.
For my own safety.
When I die, you can release him.
Let me die of natural causes or other causes. My God. Let's talk about what's happening internationally. Sri Lanka. Hey! Kimeumana Sri Lanka. Things have gone haywire in Sri Lanka. So, the people of Sri Lanka have taken to the streets in protests, and they're protesting the high cost of living and the collapse of their economy, basically. They have demanded the resignation of the entire government. They have protested outside the home of the Prime Minister and forced him to resign. They have torched his home. They have torched a minister and killed him. They have thrown MPs' vehicles into the river. They are just annoyed. Sri Lankans are criticizing a Wednesday night speech by President Gotabaya Rajapaksa, where he ignored calls to resign and vowed to restore order. In his first national address since protests began last month, he is offering to cede some of the presidency's powers to parliament, but he has set no timetable. Sri Lankans have been calling for him to resign over an unprecedented economic crisis, say they are not impressed. Where were you for the last 30 days? People don't have medicine. People don't have food. The entire country is at a standstill. That was a protester in Colombo who told the BBC the reforms he's suggesting are not what we need. What we need right now is for the president to resign from office. It baffles my mind that Gotabaya Rajapaksa does not understand that. What is the genesis of all this? Why are people angry? Sri Lankans are desperate as basic items like food and fuel have run out or become unaffordable. Its dire financial situation has caused Sri Lanka's rupee to plunge, provoking severe shortages of basic items such as food, fuel and medicine. The government is blaming the COVID pandemic, which all but killed off Sri Lanka's tourist trade, one of the biggest foreign currency earners. It also says tourists were frightened off by a series of deadly bomb attacks on churches in 2019. But others are saying economic mismanagement is to blame. There's a great deal of anger against the Rajapaksa family. Many people believe Mahinda Rajapaksa paved the way for his relatives to plunder the country's wealth for their own financial gain. This is madness.
It's a madness that we witness on this very continent of ours, where political leaders, especially in the rise to the position of president, work and work and work to ensure that they are either succeeded by people of their choice or a relative. But the one thing that is a constant is that during the time of the reign, the life of the citizenship actually progressively becomes worse. Things that ordinarily you would see or you would assume the government would provide for the citizenry is often lacking. And the impression that one gets is that they are completely detached from what is actually happening in the country.
From the reality, yeah, absolutely.
Completely detached.
Totally different corpus.
So even when people protest, their reaction is what tells you how detached they are.
Things just running out of control.
Yes.
Although then it's a perfect storm over the last 5 years. A number of things taking place. So just in 2018, I was reading somewhere, Sri Lanka's economy was among the fastest growing in Asia.
Yes, it was.
Yes.
The per capita GDP was about $5,000.
Yes.
If you compare to India's 1,500, Pakistan's 1,200, I mean, it was on overdrive.
My friend, it was moving upwards.
On the up and up. And then 2019 things happened. Number one, there's that bombing, the multiple bombings in churches and in hotels. Kills over 250 people. That scares away tourists. Tourism contributes what? 20% of foreign exchange. Then there is COVID that comes immediately that now blocks off tourism. Then because of lack of foreign exchange, the president orders, you know what we're going to do is we're going to have some tax cuts, to help people. And the second thing we're going to do is we are going to reduce our debt of imports. So fertilizer, which consumes a lot of our foreign exchange expenditure, no more fertilizer. The whole country is going into organic farming.
Like that.
Like that.
The president has said.
Of course, productivity dips. So food becomes expensive. Then COVID comes. Things just happen one after another. They're borrowing. Run out of space to borrow.
Yes, borrowing to do what they said they're going to do, or borrowing to do what we've seen happening in Kenya.
Heavy infrastructural projects.
Copy-paste.
It's interesting, like you're saying, the place is burning, but you're just there saying, no, I'm holding on to this thing. It's like many examples. The building is falling apart, but you're holding on to the rafters.
On.
The Nero Prime Minister is burning in Rome.
Prime Minister has resigned. The Prime Minister, Rajapaksa, is the elder brother to the President, Rajapaksa. He is a brother to one of the ministers, Rajapaksa.
Finance Minister.
He is a father to one of the ministers, Rajapaksa. He is also a father to the Chief of Staff in the office of the Prime Minister, Rajapaksa.
So, surely.
Dynasty.
When we keep talking of dynasties,
this is it.
Take note.
Exemplified.
Take note. This is it.
Kenya's biggest conversation. It's 7 a.m.
spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning. This is Newsroom. Kenya Kwanza presidential candidate William Ruto will share power with his deputy president and prime cabinet secretary should he form government in the August 9th general election. This is according to latest information regarding the power sharing deal agreed upon by the leaders forming the Kenya Kwanza coalition, with Mudavadi being seen as the biggest beneficiary in the arrangement. The deal has also spelled out factions the deputy president will handle as the coalition seeks to have clearly defined roles for the office holders. Ford Kenya's Moses Wetangula is set to be National Assembly Speaker. It is not clear how the rest of the positions will be shared, given that other addendums based on town hall meetings that have been held in the recent past. The revelation of this agreement puts the spotlight on new entrants into the party, the likes of Maendeleo Chapchap and Pamoja African Alliance, on how they will benefit from the coalition agreement should the Kenya Kwanza team form government. Now, ODM Chief Raila Odinga is today expected to address the press from Malindi. The Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Coalition Party flag bearer is among various other issues expected to address the running mate position after the selection panel led by Noe Kesa finalized its work and prepared a report on the three best candidates fit to deputize Odinga. Reports indicate that NAK Kenya leader Martha Karua, Wiper leader Kalonzo Musyoka and Agriculture CS Peter Munya are the three candidates whose names have been shortlisted and forwarded to Odinga. We await to see who Odinga will settle for, as Mount Kenya has maintained that the deputy president's position must come from the region, with Wiper leader Kalonzo Musyoka similarly insisting that he must be Azimio's running mate based on his experience and having deputized Odinga before in 2013 and 2017 elections, and also having served as vice president in Mwai Kibaki's government. Now, Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Executive Director Raphael Tuju has criticized UDA party presidential flag bearer William Ruto, claiming he has no credentials that will make Kenyans elect him to lead the nation on August 9th. In an interview with KTN News, Tuju linked Ruto to various scandals from when he was a member of YK92, various post-election incidents, as well as corruption scandals in the agricultural sector. According to Tuju, Raila Odinga is best suited to run the country based on his record that cannot be compared with Ruto's.
If I look at, say, for example, the other presidential candidate, I mean, he's got such an atrocious CV. I mean, this is a man who, you know, from 1992, YK92, you know, when you're talking about his personal profile, he has got no stripes whatsoever of being a patriot in this country compared to our candidate who has made personal sacrifices. If you're talking about reputation, you should look at the reputation of the candidate on the other side with the issues with the maize, land grabbing. I mean, really, you can't possibly compare that reputation with the reputation that our candidate has.
Tuju also made it clear that some of the leaders who migrated to Kenya Kwanza from Azimio had demands that could not be met. Tuju hinted that some of the leaders had asked President Uhuru Kenyatta to help them get rid of corruption cases facing them in court.
Some of the governors did insist that they do have some cases in EACC, DCI, and what can Raila do? Not even President Uhuru can do anything about it as a precondition. Somebody like say, you know, Anne Waiguru. Those are things which came on the discussion table. You know, you should not be surprised. I mean, if you look at Njuki, for example, one time he was supporting Raila, then all of a sudden he went to support the other side. And, you know, these were issues which, even if they are casually referred to, so, you know, with a bit of a wink, simuonge na mkubwa aone kama hii kesi inaweza enda pole pole. And I'm sorry, we're not going to wink at anybody.
This comes as Tuju hints that 6 more parties are expected to join Azimio soon. Now, a petitioner has filed a case in court seeking to halt the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission's directive for political parties to comply with the 2/3 general rule. The lawyer Adrian Kamotho in his lawsuit claimed the Electoral Commission never undertook any public participation prior to the issuance of the notice. He argued in his petition that public participation as required under Articles 10 and 88 Section 5 of the Constitution. Due to this provision, Kamoto insisted that the Wafula Chebukati-led commission has adopted an erroneous arithmetical approach to the proper realization of the two-thirds gender principle. Justice Anthony Ndungo, in his ruling, said he is persuaded that the applicant has made out an arguable case and a stay would be efficient in the circumstances. The case will be mentioned on the 18th of May 2022. This is Newswire. Dennis Assetto. Good morning.
Spice FM, Nakuru.
Okay, a few minutes after 7 o'clock, building up on Mombasa Road, getting out into the city, and we're seeing some of that coming all the way from Sabaki out towards the SGR and then towards Cabanas. North Airport Road taking some this morning, going off towards Outer Ring, and that has already started to look really busy now. Outer Ring then snaking its way all the way through to the Thika Superhighway from the back. Speaking of which, that traffic has built up considerably, and we're looking at bumper to bumper all the way through to the Pangani underpass. Limuru Road, in and outbound traffic, that's doing the thing this morning. And we're also seeing Langata Road has built up really quickly. Railo Odinga Way, free and clear. It'll take you to Ngong Road in a matter of minutes. You shouldn't have too much of an issue there. Coming out of Westlands, traffic is building up as well. How about we take a look at things in half hour? SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127. Talk to us there and keep things moving this morning.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up.
It is 7 minutes after 7. Good morning to you. How are you doing? It's a happy Thursday, first Friday of the week, the 12th day of March 2022. Other countries have crossed over into May. We're still here. We are still in March, but we have patience. We shall cross. Kenya's biggest conversation, being a Thursday, is the day for Justice Thursday, and we've got two guests in the studio. We're talking about alternative justice systems. Before we introduce them, we have the day's proverb by CT.
Today's proverb is from Southern Sudan. Even if a log lies in the water for a long time, it does not become a crocodile.
Even if a log lies in the water for forever,
it will not become a crocodile. And we added and said, even if a crocodile lies outside the water for a long time, it will also not become a log.
You are what you are.
In a sense, yes, you are.
You are what you are. Your environment will not change you.
No.
Okay. Okay. Hashtag Justice Thursday. We have with us in the studio the Chief Magistrate at the Nakuru Law Courts, Lilian Arika, and the Sub-County Commander for Nakuru East, Elena Kabukuru. This is the Sub-County Police Commander for Nakuru East, Elena Kabukuru. Good morning, ladies.
Good morning.
It's good to have you in the Situation Room. Karibuni sana. Hii ni Nairobi, munaona hakuna mvua. How is it in Nakuru?
Cold with intermittent rains.
Yeah?
Yes. Good. It's good.
You people are blessed.
As it is cold with intermittent cold.
This is warmer than
Nakuru.
Nakuru is warmer than Nairobi.
Yeah. Nakuru is warmer. Yes. But it's wetter than Nairobi.
Yes, of course, yes.
Okay. Your Honor. The Chief Magistrate's court in Nakuru is busy. We're going to be talking about the alternative justice system shortly.
Yes.
There's a lot of work that, of course, has happened here. We hosted The Honorable Justice Professor Jerome Goge,
Yes.
last year, just before the launch of the alternative justice system countrywide, with the launch in, where was it? It was somewhere in Kajiado County.
It was in Kajiado.
Yeah. And he told us about the whole idea and the concept and the thinking of the Chief Justice and Professor John Goge and others on what the alternative justice system is going to be. So, are you about to launch one in Nakuru, or has it been in operation in Nakuru?
We are going to launch what we call the County Action Plan on 16th of May, on Monday. The Honorable the Chief Justice will be coming to Nakuru Law Courts to launch the same. So as a build-up towards the launch, we've been having a series of activities, sensitization forums and training. We've had a sensitization forum for the... We've had sensitization forums for the bar bench, the court users committee, and we've also done training for the clergy as a build-up. Because this concept of AJS, it is there, it is operational, but most people have no idea on what it is.
Has it been operational in Nakuru?
Yes, it has been operational.
How does it work?
The concept of AJS is alternative justice system. Njia mbadala ya kutatua kesi kotini. So if you see people when have problems on the ground, they go to the chief. People who have their chamas, they have disputes, they solve the disputes. People who have problems in church, they see the pastors. And those cases are solved, and the people don't necessarily have to come to court. So that has been going on. So what the AJS policy now wants to do is to get that data. A study carried out a few years ago shows that only 21% of those who feel aggrieved come to court with their cases. 79% wanavumilia kama Wakenya. They don't come to court. Or they try out other ways of solving the disputes.
They resolve. Waita wazee.
Yes.
Wenda kwa chief.
Yes.
Such kind of things.
And others just give up. So when you talk of backlog in the court, we are only talking about 21%. And we are overwhelmed. So we want to popularize the alternative justice system so that we take care of the 79% and hopefully make the 21% even less. If you look at the vision of the Chief Justice on social transformation and access to justice, popularly called the STAJ, basically it says, let's have parties first trying to solving their cases amicably before coming to court. So what AJS is trying to do is not to regulate.
It's to formalize it, is it?
Sorry, it's not to regulate or formalize. We just want to see what it is that they are doing and then ensure that they are following human rights policies. If I can give a quick example, we have a case in Western Kenya where a young boy who is a suspected to have stolen a radio, was crucified.
Yeah?
Literally crucified?
Yes. It was in the media.
By who?
Since the case is in court, let's not talk about it.
Okay.
Aliba radio and
Watu
was crucified on a stone, on a tree. So if we have maybe elders sitting down to resolve a case, and that is the solution they come up with, we are trying now to sensitize to ensure human rights is followed. So AJS is going on out there.
Okay.
So, yes.
You mentioned a group of people, among others who you are sensitizing.
Yes.
Do you have a curriculum? Because if you are going to talk to, say, church elders,
yes,
if you're going to talk to community leaders,
yes,
if you're going to talk to gang members,
yes,
how do you ensure that everything is standardized and that the message and the understanding of what you expect is the same?
Okay. So we have the national, we call it the NASI. The National Steering Committee on Implementation of Alternative Justice System.
Yes.
Is the national body.
Yes.
And Justice Professor Ngugi is the national chairperson. So, and they have a secretariat. So this is the body that has come up with the framework, and there is a policy on everything AJS to ensure that standardization and everything is on course. So it is hoped that in every county, the CUC and the presiding judges will have their own county action plan for each county. And so the National Steering Committee on AJS is ensuring there is training and there is sensitization and everything is...
So what exactly are people trained in? That's actually what I'm asking.
We give the background on what is AJS. what the judiciary is doing about promoting, protecting AJS. We talk about documentation, because when they do AJS out there, sometimes data is not captured. We look at enforcement and the remedies they come up with. Is it, in terms of human rights, is it up to scratch? Yes.
Madam Kabukuru, just like the Chief Magistrate is saying, people go to various other levels to seek to resolve grievances.
Yes.
Of course, police
Yes.
is one of the first stops.
Yes.
Nitakupeleka police. When they say tukutane mbele, the place they mean is nitakupeleka polisi.
Yes.
Either I'm coming to complain directly, or I have a friend who's a police officer who I'm going to use to make sure that I get my justice.
Yes.
You deal with these such cases, of course, on a
Yes, of
daily
course,
basis.
yes.
What is a caseload for issues that come to you and you can see this one we can actually sit down with the people and resolve before taking them to the judiciary?
So you know that the first place for the report is the report office, where there are OCSs. So they are the file recipients of the cases. So when they are received at the police station, the OCS sometimes sort those cases which are not serious, except the deformment, murder, and robbery. You can also over that level. And at times, you find out somebody want to go to the court, even if the OCS tries to solve. They say they want to go to the court. You cannot refuse them to go to the court, but you try and solve the cases down there at the OCS level. And you have seen it worked. At least from January up to date, you have seen like 300 cases being solved without necessarily going to the court. And maybe the whole county is like 10,000 cases which are not going to the court, and that's reducing the backlog of the case in the court. So the AJS is working in Nakuru.
If you were to give an example, what are these cases that come, are reported at the OB desk, and the OCS hears the case and is like, okay, this one, let me just hear the parties and see how we can resolve this. What are some of those cases where the OCS handles?
There are cases of common assault where the families are involved in cases and they only want to be heard. You see the whole family fighting, the common assault, they are assaulting each other, but they only want to be heard. And when they go to the station level, they are heard, they are listened to. They hate people forgiving each other. So they want to be listened. Yes, I've seen them work and it's working.
Okay. I want to come back to you, Chief.
Yes.
We know that criminal justice law prohibits police from community policing and encourages that reconciliation be done through the courts. That we know.
Yes.
So how does this come in place? Because we have police now doing the exact opposite.
What happens is, for example, a father is annoyed by the son because the son has gone home late and is creating disturbance, knocking the door. And so he makes a complaint to the police station, and the child is left in the cells. Let's say the child not below 18 years. An adult, a young adult.
It's a 25-year-old truant.
Yes. And
comes
the father
home
is
drunk every day.
Maybe the father is fearing for their life.
Yes.
So that could be a Friday. So it means the child will be in the police station over the weekend. Now come Monday morning, when the OCS signs the charge sheet and the child is brought to court, the same father is faced with the issue of he has to pay bond for the child. And so the father is faced with a situation where he says, Asira imeenda chini, please just allow us to go and solve. We're going to take the wazes to talk to this child. So just there and then, you see, the OCS did not really have to register such a case. Like the OCPD says, they are what we call serious crimes. Issues of defilement, sexual offences, robbery. Those ones, they cannot
go through the courts for sure.
Just allow me to say something about AJS. For AJS, for somebody to participate in it, both the complainant and the accused person must give consent.
Okay.
You cannot be forced. And then, just allow me to say two more things first. The Constitution mandates the judiciary to promote alternative justice system. Article 159 2C. It says the judiciary has to promote alternative means of conflict resolution. And then we have three types of AJS. I'll go through it very fast. So we have the autonomous, we have the third party, and we have court annexed. So autonomous is like the Boda Association. They solve their own cases, the Chama, estate associations. They're solving their own cases and no one is bothering with them. And they don't really have to come to court. So we have what we call third party, like the police, the chiefs, government institutions that deal with cases, and they solve some of them outside. Then the third one is court annexed. When people come to court, someone can actually say, please give me a chance to speak to the complainant. Mostly these are remandees. Because they're in remand, they cannot meet the complainant. So we can refer them maybe to the probation department so that they can speak together. Yes. And after speaking and negotiating, that case is actually resolved. So we have, those are largely the three main types of AJS that we have. Yes.
So by promoting AJS, like
Yes.
you said,
Yes.
just about 21% of grievances end up in the courts.
Yes.
What is the big picture? Is the big picture to reduce this 21%?
Exactly. The big picture is to reduce the 21%, because 21% might sound very little, but those are backlog of cases.
Okay.
When a case is in court, by the time it hits the third year, that's the time we're talking about backlog. So imagine someone who comes to court the first year, and if you miss a mention or a hearing, we cancelled your bond. People didn't even have fare for coming to court. So if you look at time in terms of money, 3 years is a long time to be in court. So we are not really worried until after the 3 years, then we call it backlog. That is really not right. But the core of the AJS is we have cases that come to court that not need to come to court. Sometimes people report cases because they just feel disrespected, or somebody wants to you want an apology.
You want to be heard.
You want to be heard. So in AJS, we ask, whose justice is it? Is it the justice of the OCPD? Is it the justice of the prosecutor? Is it the justice of the magistrate?
Chief Magistrate,
Yes, it
these matters that you speak of,
Yes.
before they get to the OCPD, OCS, and then OCPD,
Yes.
is it not possible for these matters to have been resolved at the community level?
Yes, it is very possible.
Yes.
And that is the group we are calling the autonomous. And it is actually going on right now. We have started interacting with some groups in Nakuru to find out what is going on, so that we do not invent what is already going on. So we have the Boda Association, who have a membership of 53,000 members in Nakuru. So you can imagine if all these people have disputes. So some of the cases they solve include interstage conflicts, abusing each other, a bit of assault, theft from customers, and theft by the customers. This can quickly make a lot of cases in court. We have elders. We have interacted with the Kikuyu Council of Elders. They deal with land cases. They deal with family disputes, boundary, small offences, very successfully. Allow me to say we have the group we call Smart Ladies. They have a membership of 11,000 in Nakuru County.
What's that, a chama or what?
Smart Ladies are the lovely ladies that we call the commercial sex workers. They have both male and female members. Their clientele is in Nakuru. What was very interesting is that they really have a properly structured system. And they resolve disputes, like kuwekewa mtu mchele, a bit of assault, what we basically call misdemeanors. Because those are cases that can quickly come to court. Yes. But when it comes to sexual offences, those are referred to the police. So we have groups that deal with cases that don't necessarily need to come to court. And the surprising thing for us is that whatever sanctions they put, mostly fines, suspension, are adhered to. You know, in Kenya, we have the problem of sometimes court orders are not obeyed.
Sometimes.
These members obey whatever orders their groups force upon them.
Why I asked that question was, if you're talking about community leadership, because even our police service are within the community.
Yes.
What have you found? Have you found that the units that supposedly deal with these disputes, do they include, say, government officials like the police? Do they include, what do we call them? County commissioners, the formerly DOs,
sub-county and county commissioners.
Exactly. Do they involve chiefs? Yes. And then do they involve Mijikumi? I mean, how is it constituted? Nyumba Kumi, what do I call it? Mijikumi? I'm completely misinformed. Or,
yes.
In addition to this, does the community understand that the resolution that is arrived at by these groupings are binding? Or do they just see it as, kuna wazee wengine hapa wanasumbua, you know, what is it that the courts are doing to ensure that these groups that we're talking about actually have the muscle? So when they make a decision, someone knows it is binding. And even if you went to a court of law, you'd be told it is also binding.
Yes.
Yes.
Now that is where AJS comes in. Because these groups have been doing this dispute resolution for the longest time ever. So if you go to an AJS forum, a case is sorted out by the chief or by the Boda Boda Sacco. We are trying to do sensitization for them so that once you're in that forum, you don't come back to court. Because I can be your neighbor, we go before a particular forum, and I am not satisfied. So I tell you where utakutana na mimi kotini, and I quickly get a lawyer. So that one is litigating the case twice. So when you interact with these groups, and you tell them that through AJS, do it the right way, and so that is the final dispute resolution forum. If you are supposed to appeal in court, you can only appeal in terms of the panel was not fair. Maybe you are brought before your in-laws and you have bad blood with them.
Yep.
Or mostly the panel. Or they came up with a very wrong decision that is against the human rights. But once you undergo AJS, that is final. And maybe this is a good opportunity to talk about the working group on the Nakuru model. Okay. So the Nakuru AJS working group consists of 20 different agencies. So how it started is in November last year, we went on a benchmarking trip to Isiolo to learn about AJS. And we learned that in Isiolo through AJS, they were able to quickly deal with the issues of terrorism has reduced and also ethnic violence. And you were like, wow. We also learned about what they're doing in Othaya. Because of AJS, through the Council of Elders and probation, they were able to deal with Mungiki. Mungiki is not there in Othaya. We also learned about the Kajiado model, where they're resolving land disputes. So as a way forward, so that it is a very useful benchmarking exercise, we formed what we call the Nakuru AJS working group. So in this group, we are very senior people in the county. We have the ODPP, prosecution. We have county probation officer, the children's probation officer, the county labor officer. We have a sheikh. We have a bishop. We have the DCC. We have the SEC. The DCC is a former DC. The SEC is a former DO. We have civil society, Legal Resources Foundation. We have the Kenya Prison Service. We have the OCPD, who is a member. We have the one of the OCSs. We have academia and a journalist. So we have a National Land Commission. We have an elder. We have the LSK. We have the county attorney, and I represent the judiciary. So that's a very powerful group. Because for AJS to work, it needs thorough stakeholder engagement. So when we left Isiolo, we were told we must do something specifically for Nakuru County. And so this group has worked very, very hard to come up with Nakuru is going to be the first county to launch its county action plan. At the back of our minds, we have a problem in Nakuru we call Confirm. Confirm is a group of young adults, age of 18 to 23, 24, who are involved increasingly in violent crimes. And so when they come to court and they cannot afford bond terms, they go to remand. And the end is that we end up jailing them. They can't afford legal fees. So what are we doing to our young generation? And you don't want them to go into organized crime. So we, at the back of our minds, we have not yet done it, but we are hoping to use AJS to deal with this issue. Because one of the other things that AJS does is to go to what is the root cause of the dispute or of the crime. But just coming to court, taking plea, you are found guilty, you go to the prison.
Processed in the system.
It doesn't really help.
Sort out.
I'll give a quick example of, so somebody is assaulted and you're fined at the end of it. Your brother is not very happy. They'll go and throw stones at the roof of the complainant.
Yep.
That is creating disturbance.
Yep.
That's another case in
Brother caught.
Another one, we now assault again the other. So we have a cycle of violence and a cycle of crimes. But so when you have AJS, maybe through the elders or through the religious groups, they sit and go to the root cause. What is it? Is it a land dispute that they are fighting about? What is the exact issue? So AJS goes to the root cause. And so once that issue is completely resolved, then that chronic cycle of cases coming to court.
This group that you speak of,
yes,
I grew up in Nakuru, so it is of concern to me.
Yes.
Is it a group that you find in one particular area, or are they spread throughout Nakuru?
Okay, I can be able to answer that. They are in the slums areas. In fact, they are the youth down there in the slums area in Nakuru. And what we have done as a team for the AJS Alternative Justice, we have formed a team going down there now to talk to the parents, because those children come from a family, and when they are there doing all the crime they are doing, at the end of the day they are back to their parents. So we have started summon the parents with the DC, the chiefs, the Nyubakumi up to Chief Refo. We have been talking to the parents. How do we deal with those youth? Because as parents, we are supposed to deal with our children. So we have started it, and because there's that the youth in conflict of the law, in the drugs. Some of them, they are drug addicts. So we are trying to get our solution through going down to where they are and knowing what the problem, and talking to the parents so that they can also be able to change the behavior of their children. Because we are even seeing a lot of the children dropouts because of being involved in crime. But in the Nakuru, we have done our best, and the rural AJS, we are going to make sure that the area, especially the slums areas where they are involved, there will be no such a crime.
Let's take a break at 28 minutes to 8. This is Kenya's biggest conversation. It's Justice Thursdays. We have with us the Honorable Lilian Arika, is the Chief Magistrate of the Nakuru Law Court, and Elena Kabukuru is the Sub-County Police Commander for Nakuru East. We are talking about Nakuru's alternative justice system method and what they're doing to bring that justice machinani to work. Let's tell you about the new Samsung. Wageni wetu. Samsung has a brand new phone, the Samsung A series, A33, A53 and A73. City, just tell them about it.
Well, one of the amazing things about these phones is that they do things that you'd require several phones to do. One, 4 cameras. You know how you stand somewhere still and take a picture, and when something is moving, you want to order it to stop before you can take a picture. With these cameras, even if it's moving, all you need to do is click. It has the capacity to segment and take these pictures and make them individual pictures. That is number one. Number two, you have a choice. A33, A53, A73. Now, we've been saying in this studio that it's actually a camera, or there are cameras masquerading as phones. But the truth of the matter is, it introduces a whole new concept. So instead of you simply being able to communicate on your phone, you'll be able to take world-class pictures and do a lot more. The lot more is the pictures you will take will have such a high quality that one can even see the pores on your face.
The Samsung A series, A33, A53, A73. More bigger chance again to win that beautiful hamper from Samsung. We'll tell you what question will be posted by Nyambura on social media and how you can respond and for a chance to win. Let's take a quick break, take a look at the weather and traffic.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
If I'm found guilty, there is no problem. I'm willing to serve. I have no problem. Jails are meant for human beings.
They say a society gets the leadership it deserves. If you have a corrupt, crooked and rotten society like we have in Kenya, then of course they will get that kind of a leadership.
I think the president should dissolve parliament. That's the best solution at this moment in time. Dissolve parliament.
All of you go home.
Yes, we all go home.
How are we encouraging other people who might have new and creative ideas? Young people who are making money without any government help. They are just buying their own bundles. They are going on TikTok and making money. KRA is coming after them.
I've been in parliament for 15 years. We have been unable to pass the gender law. And yet no presidential candidate is talking about it now. Because we are fake. The truth is, all the men refused to vote for that law.
What did Sonko do to Pumwani Maternity Hospital?
Yeah, he
with
cleaned
his
it up.
own money.
Cleaned it with his own money. That was him as an individual.
Yeah. And I did not say he was cleaning his own money. I was saying he cleaned the
Foot, mouth. Foot, mouth. Eric. Sunny conditions coming up in Nairobi at 16, highs of 26 today. We'll see highs of 27 in the sunny Nakuru at 15 and lows of 14 today. At 15, Nyeri is sunny, highs of 25 and lows of 14, while at 13, mostly sunny conditions in Eldoret, highs of 25 and lows of 13. The sun is out in Mombasa at 26, highs of 31 and lows of 25, and Malindi is cloudy at 28 with highs of 31, come down to lows of 27. At 20, it's mostly sunny in Kisumu, highs of 28 and lows of 19, while Kakamega is sunny at 20. We'll see highs of 29 and lows of 16. Mostly cloudy conditions in Kampala at 22, highs of 27 and lows of 18, while the sun is out as well in Dar es Salaam at 23. We'll see highs of 31. Clear conditions at 11 in Johannesburg. 22 will be the high and lows of 10, while at 25, it's raining in Lagos, highs of 32 and partly cloudy conditions at 22 in Kinshasa, highs of 32 and lows of 22.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah.
You're listening to Spice FM.
We're in traffic hour now, a few minutes into it, and we see quite some traffic on many of these Nairobi streets. Uhuru Highway all the way from the Nyeri Stadium roundabout, and just before, actually, traffic heading out into the city and then out through to Westlands. Speaking of Westlands, Ring Road Westlands actually quite packed today. Waihaki, we're also doing that thing. You can use the Red Hill Link Road to get off of that drama. Gong Road also pretty busy today. Rilo Dinga Way, however, not too bad, and will help take off some of the traffic that's coming off Langata Road. All right, let's take a look at the Thika Superhighway. Traffic started there really early, and we're looking at back-to-back, bumper-to-bumper traffic all the way past the Alsops Outer Ring Junction, heading out towards the Thika direction. So traffic hour has begun. Let's try to keep our wits about. Let's talk about what's going on where you are. SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
Are you ready? Okay.
Spice FM. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings.
It's 22 minutes to 8. Kenya's biggest conversation. It continues with Eric Latiff, Ndu Okoh, CT Muga. Our guests this morning, Justice Thursday, is the Nakuru Sub-County Police Commander for Nakuru East, Elena Kabukuru, and the Honorable Lilian Arika, Chief Magistrate at the Nakuru Law Courts. We are talking about alternative justice system in Nakuru County. Madam Chief Magistrate, you had told us about the various forms of alternative justice system. You told us about the autonomous, where people have their own organizations like the borders and such, and they deal with issues at that level.
Yes.
The third party, where they go to government offices, police, chief and all. And then you'd also mention the third one.
So the third one is a court annexed. So in the court annexed system, we have cases in court where parties say, please give us a chance to speak and solve the cases out of court, which we allow. But what we are doing differently about Nakuru County, we have now what we are calling court annexed AJS panel in a different, unique way. So this is what happens. So when you tell these people, you can go and talk to the there's a name you gave the elders, eh? Mujikumi, or the you know, like Nakuru County has 3 different groups. We have the rural part, we have the peri-urban, and we have the cosmopolitan. So perhaps for people who live in Nakuru town, the CBD, if you send them to elders, do they know where to get elders? They may not know. For people who are having succession cases, and you give them a chance to go and talk at home about how to distribute the property, and you send them to the maybe the chief. The chief could be the drinking buddy of their eldest brother, so they don't really feel comfortable. So what you have done at under the working group of Nakuru AJS, we have a system where we have a panel of professionals, about 20, who, when people say they want to listen to cases, we form a panel of 3 or 5. So they listen to these cases within the court compound, and the court adapts the finding of the panel as a judgment of the court. And this is real. So between 1st of April and 10th of May, we have registered 19 cases. Remember the 3 years I talked about?
Yep.
Now, the most exciting thing is we have concluded 7 cases.
7 of the 19.
7 of the 19. And I'm talking up to 10th of May. So in May, we had 5 cases. So remember, people still don't know about AJS. So this is court being proactive. So Amrimandi is brought to you and says, naomba nipewe nafasi niongee na mlalamishi. So through the ODPP, the complainant is told to come to court on a particular date and asked. The remandee or the accused person would like to speak to you, tuone kama tutatoa hii kesi. Are you willing? Because there has to be consent. Then they say, let me see. So because we know the date, we have paneled 3 people to sit. And so we have an AJS suite that doesn't look like court. It's an open room, just with chairs. Everyone is sitting at the same level. Each party is allowed to come with their relatives or friends, and the case is heard. For me, one of the most exciting things is we had a couple who were in remand. The husband was in the men's prison, the wife in the women's prison. The plea was taken in December 2021. And we didn't know they were a couple until April.
Wow.
You know, the cases are mentioned differently. These were 2 different files.
2 different cases?
Yes.
Are they 2 different cases?
2 different,
or are they related?
They're related. One complainant, it is grievous harm.
Okay.
So, having realized there is a man and woman in prison, their children are at home, they can't raise bond. So we asked, are you willing to, there's this thing called AJS, are you willing to be part of it? And we paneled people to listen to the cases. Normally we look at gender, there has to be a lady. Not all women and not all men. They had this case, and the complainant agreed to be compensated some amount of money, not too much. And this couple went home. To me, that is justice to Wanjiko. Because when would this case have been solved?
It would have taken forever.
Our diaries for the year 2022 are almost over.
Oh my goodness.
And remember, when a case comes for the first time, there are different reasons for adjournments. Okay, so there's another one for threatening to kill. A son threatened to kill the mother. That is a very serious offense because it might lead to murder. We don't know, or amputation. So the son said, I would like to speak to my mother. Give me a chance. So we quickly put another AJS panel to listen to the case. It was very emotional for them. They cried, they hugged. And they're going to now, the family members are now going to work with this gentleman. I think this one had also been in remand for about 6 months. The other thing we have seen is sometimes when plea is taken, because we do pleas virtually, so the accused sometimes wants to say, ningependa kupewa nafasi. Remember when you come for plea, hiyo ni siku unasomewa makosa, na tunakupatia bond ukikataa, na ukikubali, then we convict you. I mean, we fine you.
The only response expected from you is umekubali ama umekataa.
So sometimes, we don't always write looking down. Ukiangalia juu, you say, I would like to say something. Like, what do you want to say? Mlalamishi wangu ako hapa. So, I mean, why is the complainant there? Tumeshasikizana. So where is the complainant? Anakuja. What do you want to say? Atujamaliza, give us time to talk. So this talking, we need to give them a conducive environment. Again, we quickly panel. So that one is also another one that was solved within a week. And it's not just solving. This was spousal assault. The lady was beaten by the man. And so when the family members came, we went into what is the root cause of that spousal beating. And their father cried. Okay, there's something about crying. In court, we don't have time for people to cry. We'll quickly maybe put the file aside, ask you to compose yourself. Because of time constraints, and because the magistrate is listening to the case, you really can't go and ask. I can assume maybe it is you're being emotive because of the case. That is normal. People are not
suffering,
or maybe you didn't eat as you came. But so this panel is able to go deep
into the root cause of these issues.
Into the root cause of these issues.
When such a panel is, when you're on panel,
yes,
and somebody is in remand,
yes,
and the accuser agrees
yes.
to go the AJS route,
yes,
is this person released from remand immediately?
Yes.
Or do they stay until they resolve?
No. So what happens is that the prison officers bring this person to court. The complainant has come to court. The AJS panel sits. When we started, we would wait for the report, because the report has to be written and signed by the panel. Then it is presented to court to be adapted as an order of the court. So within maybe 3 days or within 5 days. So what I have done specifically for my court, on the day of the AJS panel, they come to my court first, then they are sent to the panel. When the panelists finish, normally it takes 2 to 3 to 4 hours. And people have resolved completely. Why would this person go back to remand? Even 1 extra hour spent in remand is not good. Wamemalizana kabisa. Unless they say that the accused person says, maybe give me 2 weeks to get the money, for my family members to get the money so that I come back. Then we'll give you the 2 weeks or the 3 weeks. But where they have completely resolved, what when we have a case solved in less than 24 hours. In fact, you were saying the fastest was within 3 hours. Our 21% is going down. So this is AJS touching lives in a very real way.
City, you wanted to ask a question?
Before he asks the question.
All right.
So out of this 19, we have actually concluded 8.
This is between the beginning of April and
yes,
the 11th of May.
And the 10th of May.
The 10th of May.
Yes. Justice chap.
Okay.
Madam Kabukuri, do you find that people who may have been arrested, a complainant comes and before it even gets to court, or before it gets to the part where now, justice has to be called in, are folks looking? Are they being proactive and saying, is there a way we can solve this without the intervention of police saying, is this not something that we can solve without it having going to court? Do you find that people are asking, can we do this in a different manner than going through the court system?
Oh, yes. We have been experiencing that, especially the station reform. People coming and looking away for solving, not necessarily going to the court. And we have even the traffic cases along on the road. You find out that some are coming and saying, can we solve or can we refer cases even to the insurances? So even them, they come and they ask if they can be around because it's the mandate of the OCS. If they are rare, they are reasonable and they are willing to call both parties, and then if they are willing, you give them chance. Yeah, they are there. And we don't take all the cases, especially now that we have the AGS. People are willing because of even the time wasted. Ni masaa mingi sana watu wanaweza wakienda kotini, their time. Na those cases that they can wanaweza maliza at the ground level kwa OCS, they are around. Yes, they have been there. We don't take all the cases. And as areas, the way I've said, but we cannot allow like deformment, rape cases, murder, but other cases, they are out. And we are experiencing that. And then we are creating even the good relationship, coexistence of the families and the community by way of the AGS. If you listen to them, they go back there, they do the community policing, they coexist. Yeah. down there. We create a good atmosphere that we have solved this. The family matters, we solve that. And we have also the JEDA. We have the JEDA offices on the ground at the OCS level. JEDA desks are there. We do listen to them.
Okay. So, I mean, I'm just looking at process now.
Yes.
Now with the AJS process, now from the very beginning.
Yes.
This clearly being an alternate justice system.
Yes.
And saying that, so I have a grieved CT, right?
Yes.
For whatever reason. Ordinarily, before AJS, he would say, no, this is ridiculous. I am going to the police.
Yes.
So in this case, what are we saying now? That with AJS, is there another recourse, or does CT still present himself to police and say this and this and this is what is going on? Ndu has done 1, 2, 3, and then AJS comes in, or very simply, is there a place you go to and say, okay, rather than going to police, I will go through this alternate justice system? Where do we go? What happens?
I think this is now the right, that question prompts the right moment for me to talk about, again, the 5-tier model of AJS that we're going to launch in Nakuru County. So the Nakuru Working Group is operating under the CUC as the policy making organ.
CUC, Court Users
Committee.
Yes.
So the working group has these multi-stakeholders from the 20 agencies that I spoke about. So you can see all these 20 agencies deal with different disputes.
Yes.
They're already on board because they're under the CUC. So at those different levels, they actually sieve the cases that must come to court and those that don't really have to go to court. And now, because the working group has very busy members, in fact, we have been meeting weekly virtually at 7 p.m. We are that hardworking. There's no time. You can imagine having the OCPD out every week to meet.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I really give a big shout out to the working group. So we have a secretariat that does the daily recording of, so what are the cases that have been referred to us. And we're also working, we are doing research on, so what are the autonomous groups that are out there, so that we know. So that is the third level tier. So now the fourth one is the autonomous groups that we have so far spoken to, the border, the smart ladies, religious groups, the imams, council of elders, to find out what is it that they're doing. What can we learn from them? Because we are not just going to train them. We call it actually engagement and sensitization. But at the back of our minds, we want to make sure that the Bill of Rights is followed. So that is the autonomous and also the court annexed. If you come to court and you say, I want my case heard, give us a chance to negotiate. The case is already in court. We can have you referred to the Nakuru, the court annexed AJS. Or if you don't want, because we don't force people, you just want to go straight to the chief, that is still okay. In Nakuru, we have 20 police stations, the Nakuru law courts, and 2 police posts. Yes. That is a lot of cases. And we have 11 sub-counties. So you see, if you don't have to pay for fare to come to court, because fare is, a real, people sometimes walk to court.
Yep.
And your case is solved by these groups within 1 day. That is something really huge. So
I know before you get to the fifth, I'll remind you of the fifth.
Yes.
But then you said something I think is important.
Yes.
That there are those cases that for which somebody might be in remand today, or they're in the court process.
Yes.
So with AJS, there is the possibility of having these cases resolved and terminating the court process. Is that what we're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Immediately.
Okay.
Remember, the Kenya Prison Service is part of the working group. And the Secretariat is actually doing remand. We had a wonderful, in the month of March, we had a wonderful session where each magistrate went to Nakuru prison to talk to the remandees who have cases before each of them. And we told them about AJS. And so those who said they wanted to have AJS done, we took down their data. So now we are currently in the process of now referring this to AJS. Because sometimes all they want, they've been in remand and they have reformed and they are sorry. Just that opportunity to speak to the complainant. If you're out on bond, it is easy. You'll meet the complainant.
Yes.
But so if you're in remand and the day you are brought to court, the complainant did not come to court, you don't then have that chance. You're left at the mercy of your relatives to go and look for the complainant, and sometimes they're fed up with you.
They won't find,
So it is really, really powerful. Like I was saying, out of the 8 cases that have been sorted, 5 were remandees.
Okay.
And these are people who went home the same day.
That's amazing, actually. So what's the fifth one?
So the fifth one is an autonomous. These are people who are solving cases. We may not know about them. We are going to research with the hope that they will be affiliated to the Nakuru Working Group and also just to check what they are doing. So just quickly, the 5-tier model that we are going to launch at Nakuru, it's unique. It's not there anywhere else. So we are under the first level is CUC. The second is the working group. The third is the secretariat. The fourth is what you're calling now the autonomous court annexed AJS. And the fifth is an autonomous. We don't know that they exist. Wanaendelea na biashara yao, but we want to know what they are doing. We're going to have sensitization and talks with them, hoping that they can now be vetted and then they join the autonomous.
What are you selling to them as a benefit? Why should the government know about us?
When we talk to them about, when we do sensitization on what AJS is, telling them that Article 159(2)(c) of the Constitution, the word is shall, the judiciary should promote alternative justice system, their eyes open up. Number 2, we tell them, we are not interfering with what you have been doing. Continue. Yeah? So we tell them, before the colonialists...
In some cases, you're interfering.
No.
Because if they've been dealing in some ways where, you will come in and start telling them it's against human rights and all. I mean, you've just been beating people left, right, and center, and that's how we mete out justice.
But they appreciate. If we have a succession case where they decide that they are disinheriting the widow, we bring it to their attention. It is not fair.
Okay.
These days, women, whether you're married, single, inherit property. So when we don't really call it training, we call them sensitization. So far, we have not experienced any resistance.
Okay.
And also, by the way, these people who sit to listen to the cases, the panels that we form, they're not paid. It is free.
I was going to ask what the compensation is, if any, for those who
it is free.
are volunteering their time.
In fact, for those who have been coming to Nakuru Law Courts for the AJS annexed, we tell them, if this county bosses are sitting to listen to your case, they're very busy people. You're not paying anything. You give it your all.
Yeah.
Yes.
Madam OCPD, I've got a question for you. Very many of the people who are coming to the police, they have a level of trust. They trust that the police can handle their case. Either it can be resolved at the station level or it can be escalated. But there are very many other people who don't have trust in the police for various reasons. They have felt that, the last time a case was taken to the police, then there was some collusion and we saw the person back in the community. Or in some cases where they have accused certain individual police officers of being used to harass them. How do you deal with those in the community where there are complaints against police officers, which is eroding the trust in the police service?
What we normally do at the station level, we basically provide a neighboring environment through which parties can engage amicably. And then we also provide guidance in terms of legal interpretation of the law, the consequences of the broken law. So we are trying to create a good relationship between the police and the community by engaging them and saying, the law says this. And then when you broke the law, the consequences of the law. Some of them, they don't even know how the law says about a case, how do you deal with cases. But we are trying to create the good image of the police service, National Police Service, by talking to them. And when they are coming to the station, we encourage them that we are there at the National Police Service to serve the community. And you can see now there's a lot of change. That they are now coming to us knowing that we are there to help them. And we are there as a service.
Okay.
Through the police reforms,
Asanteni.
Yes.
Ladies, we thank you very much for joining us and all the best with the launch on Monday.
Thank you.
Hopefully one of these days we'll come actually and just, witness and get to experience AJS at work in Nakuru. In Nakuru County.
Just as a passing shot, just 30 seconds. So Nakuru will be the first county to launch its action plan, and we request all the other counties to quickly follow suit.
Okay.
Nakuru is a new city, and you can see we're leading from the front.
Finally,
naomba nitume salamu kwa watu wa Nakuru.
Wote wasalimie.
Nimewasalimia sana. Let us raise the bar high for the AJS.
We send you with greetings to the Honorable Justice Professor Joel Ngoge.
Yes.
Say hello to him. And Madam, say hello to the County Commander,
Yes.
Madam Beatrice Kiraguri. She's a famous police officer.
Yes, she is.
Yes.
And she's doing well.
Asanteni sana.
You pass the information.
Have a lovely morning.
Thank
More
you.
conversations coming up in the next hour. Keep it right here. It's 8 a.m.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Morning, this is Muga, Dennis Saseto. Deputy President William Ruto has filed preliminary objections against the petition filed by a section of Okoh fighters from the central region seeking his removal from office. The Deputy President now seeks the court to throw out the suit on the grounds that the High Court lacks jurisdiction to hear and determine the instant suit, as the same seeks orders for removal of the Deputy President from office in a manner that contravenes Article 150 as read with Articles 144 and 145 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010. The DP also states that the suit fails the test of justiciability, as the applicant invites the court to embark on an academic exercise that is a waste of judicial time. Now, Kakamega Governor Wycliffe Oparanya is now the Azimio Western Region campaign's chairperson. The appointment was done by Azimio La Umoja One Kenya flag bearer Raila Odinga. Oparanya, who is the Orange Democratic Movement deputy leader, will be in charge of strategies to ensure that the vote-rich Western region is locked behind Odinga. Now, Kenya's Special Envoy to South Sudan, Kalonzo Musyoka, met with the first Vice President of the Republic of South Sudan, Riek Machar, in the ongoing peace process and the unification of the military. Through his social media, Kalonzo said, together with the team, they are all determined to secure the peace and prosperity of South Sudan for today and the future. To further engage in the ongoing peace process, the Wiper Democratic Movement leader also met with and held productive talks with the fourth Vice President of the Republic of South Sudan, Rebecca Garang, in Juba. Now, President Uhuru Kenyatta inaugurated 3 state-of-the-art health facilities at the Kenyatta National Hospital, built and equipped at a cost of 1 billion shillings. The facilities include the Zarina Merali Surgical Daycare Center, the Center for Kidney Disease and Organ Transplantation and Histocompatibility and Immunogenetics Laboratory, which were developed using a mix of government funds and donations from development partners and philanthropists led by Zarina Merali Foundation. President Kenyatta noted that the inauguration of the facilities demonstrates the vast improvements in the country's healthcare system achieved during his tenure of office. Over 10 illegal pharmacies in Kajiado County have been shut down in an ongoing series of crackdowns in the country by the Pharmacy and Poisons Board to ensure the safety and quality of medical products. Head of Good Distribution Practices and Ports of Entry, Dominic Kariuki, said the crackdown is targeting unregistered persons operating the business of a pharmacist and business premises not registered by the Pharmacy and Poisons Board. According to the Pharmacy and Poisons Board Senior Inspector of Drugs, Julius Kalwai, there has been an improvement in compliance since the board increased surveillance activities for fake products in the market across the country. Now, the new Director of Personnel at the Directorate of Criminal Investigations, Gideon Kibunja, has taken over office from the outgoing Director, Mwangi Wanderi. Wanderi was redeployed to the Kenya Railways as the Head of Investigations. Kibunja, a long-serving senior detective, took over the mantle in a brief handover ceremony that brought together members of staff in the Directorates of Personnel and Training, where he served until his current posting. Now, the Ministry of Energy and the Energy Efficiency and Conservation sector have begun validating the Kenya National Energy Efficient and Conservation Strategy Implementation Plan. According to Energy Principal Secretary Gordon Gihalangwa, the initiative is a roadmap for the government of Kenya towards achieving energy efficiency goals that have a positive impact on Kenya's economy. It aims to reduce national energy intensity by 2.8% per year to enable the country to achieve a 30% emission reduction by 2030 relative to business as usual to achieve the national targets for Sustainable Development Goal number 7. and 1,500 primary schools are being earmarked to host junior secondary schools. The Ministry of Education said the schools had been selected because they had adequate learning and teaching facilities and land for physical expansion. In a statement, Education Cabinet Secretary George Muga clarified that the junior secondary school will be offered in both boarding and day secondary schools across the country under competency-based curriculum. At the same time, Muga said that all the existing boarding and day secondary schools will admit learners transiting from grade 6 to grade 7 under CBC based on guidelines to be provided by the ministry. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Oseto. Good morning.
.5 Spice FM.
All right, it's building up
Kisumu.
on Mombasa Road today, and we're looking at that Sabaki area, then going towards the SGR, out towards the southern bypass this morning. Some traffic has built up. We're looking at in and outbound traffic, especially around Imaradaima. The southern bypass looks pretty good, not an option, not a problem there. However, Langata Road is really packed as you get to the roundabout at the Timor. Getting onto Raila Odinga Way should not be an issue this morning. Jogo Road, busy as usual. Coming off the Thika Superhighway, that is also pretty busy as you get to the Pangani Underpass. Traffic hour is where we still are. Let's take a look in about half hour and see what it looks like. Let us know what's going on where you are. SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in
It
punching
is
up,
indeed. It's
not
7
down.
minutes after 8. Very good morning to you, and how are you doing? Welcome to the third hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this lovely morning. Today is Justice Thursday. We just had a conversation with Nakuru OCPD and Nakuru Chief Magistrate who've been with us. We want to have another conversation on the World Fair Trade Day 2022. We'll have our guests shortly in the morning, introducing them shortly. And also remember at 9 o'clock, we'll have the Director of Public Prosecutions, Nurdin Haji, and the Chief Executive Officer of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, Twalib Mbarak, joining us at 9. We want to ask them, so why are we seeing people with questionable integrity campaigning as if they want to be elected, and maybe they'll even get cleared to be elected to vie in the elections? That's a question we'll be asking them. But we'll talk about World Fair Trade Day shortly. Let's hear the day's proverb from CT.
Right. Today's proverb is from Southern Sudan. Okay. Even if a log lies in water for a long time, it does not become a crocodile.
Even if a log lies in water for a long time, it does not become
a crocodile.
Okay.
Yes. Essentially, the log will not become a reptile.
It will remain there.
It will remain a log. In
A
water.
log is a log
Is a log.
is a log.
And a crocodile is a crocodile. Is a crocodile.
Is a crocodile.
Yes.
It doesn't matter where.
Yes.
It don't matter. So our guests this morning are two gentlemen. Bernard Ota is the Regional Director at the World Fair Trade Organization, Africa and Middle East. Bernard, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Very well, thank you. Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Thanks a lot. We are privileged to be here.
That is the hot seat.
I can imagine.
Of the conversation. But today we have two hot seats. So you're privileged to share the heat. At least not all of it is coming to you. With Agapitas Kubasu, who is Operations Manager Fair Trade Africa, Eastern and Central Africa Network, and also the Fair Trade Africa's Climate Change Focal Point. Mheshimiwa, karibu sana.
Yeah, pleasure meeting you, Eric.
Tuko nyuma yako mheshimiwa.
Asante.
Ile kitu yote unataka, ground iko na wewe. Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation. We're going to be talking about the World Fair Trade Day. And I think, Bernard, let's just start with you. What is this day?
Thanks a lot. When we talk about World Fair Trade Day, this is a day that has been designated to celebrate operators or enterprises that do their businesses in compliance with the fair trade standards, as it were. And so on the second Saturday of every year, we come together and bring all these actors together across the world, and just to celebrate the small farmer somewhere in Kiambu or in Kisii or in Machakos, and just to showcase what is it that they're doing different from the ordinary conventional operators. And so that's what this day is all about. And in 2022, we are focusing on issues around climate. We are talking about climate justice, what it means, and how can we do this in a fair way.
But what is fair trade?
Fair trade, of course, is first of all, is trade. And the question is, how do we do this trade? And fair trade, as we see it within the movement, is a partnership. It's a trade that embraces a long-term partnership between the operators, whether you are producing or buying or selling, but this relationship needs to be long-term. So it's not walking into the market and meeting someone for the first time and buying something from them and you never see them again. So that the relationship needs to be long-term. But secondly, fair trade needs to be done in a way that is transparent, meaning that all the cards need to be on the table when you are transacting on a business, and accountable. So you are accountable not just to yourselves as the operators, but also accountable to the use of resources that are necessary for your production. If you're going to cut the trees, the entire forest, just to produce a table, and you don't care about what that means to the environment, to the livelihood of the people who depend on this, then accountability is lost. And thirdly is that fair trade then provides an opportunity, especially for small operators, the small producers, the small enterprises, that ordinarily would not compete on equal footing if they were to meet with the big guys. The big guys like. So that's what fair trade is all about. And the opportunity that we're seeking to create is by and large targeted at small producers who ordinarily would, as I said, would not compete on equal footing if they were left alone.
That definition relates to, should we say, domestic business activities. What if we use the term and we want to relate it to international trade, where, for instance, one country is trading with another, or a country that is developing is trading with a developed country? How then does this principle of fair trade work? How then is it applied?
Yeah, thank you so much. And it's basically what Bernard has said, that it's a concept that looks at building fairer and better engagements with businesses. And most of the businesses, you look at them, usually the product that fair trade looks at are produces that will be sold in the international markets. So we are looking at, could be cocoa, it could be coffee, tea, flowers. And fair trade comes in to create that platform whereby a producer in Kenya will negotiate fairer terms with also a producer who is fair trade certified in the other country, so that the terms of engagement are creating value to them, and that there is no exploitation in the process, such that at the end of the day, you're also earning money, or you are getting an income that can enable you live a decent livelihood. But apart from that, it's also to say that one of the key things that we look at is how we create sustainable livelihoods and also decent living conditions for workers. Because we look at sustainable farming holistically, so that you're not focusing only on one arm of what's happening on the farm, like how is this crop being managed, but also how the person taking care of this crop, his or her welfare is being taken out, such that when they come and you have recruited them or you have employed them on your farm and you're fair trade certified or you're fair trade enterprise, then the welfare of these people is being taken care of, so that when they live, they can also live in an environment or in a place where there is dignity, where they are respected, where their needs are met. And that's why fair trade is really important, to ensure there is decent working conditions in fair trade enterprises, that there is fair terms of engagement between producers and businesses. And also, one of the things we look at is how best can we engage with the government, such that we get support as much as possible to push through trade. We have favorable policies to allow trade justice across the trade ecosystem. Thank you.
So we say the conventional way of doing business, different from fair trade here, is that the big boys, as you called them, are the ones who then are advantageous when it comes to this trade. But we're saying now look at the smaller businesses, number one. Are we also saying then remove the elements of a middleman and then a platform upon which this trade can be conducted country to country, for example, producer to seller or buyer to seller? So basically everything about conventional business is being removed from this and allowing people who are producing and selling then to connect directly to one another?
Exactly. That's the point. And that's why we are saying, and one of the key principles of fair trade is how do we establish that long-term relations? Because what happens is that the shorter the supply chain, the more benefits to the producers. Mm-hmm. And fair trade comes in to ensure that, yes, you are a producer, we are linking you with this buyer. So you're establishing one-on-one relationship with this buyer, and you're able to sell your produce. So there is no involvement of the middleman, and more benefits to the producer. And how does this work? Perhaps if I'll just mention, it works through having in place standards that ensure that this relationship is managed, because you can't just say that you have a relationship and you have no mechanism that can manage this. And that's how fair trade really comes in strongly, to establish standards that are based on social, that are based on economic and environmental criteria, to just ensure that it's a holistic system that manages how this relationship are built, are nurtured, and also managed in the long term for the benefit of workers
in Kenya?
Is there fair trade in Kenya?
Is there fair trade in Kenya?
Just asking. Yeah. I've listened to the principles, I've listened to what should be done, but is it?
But part of the reason we are having this conversation really is to increase the presence of fair trade in Kenya, but also across other countries in the region. Yes, we have got operators in Kenya that are fair trade in different sectors.
I'm going to ask you for examples.
Yes,
yes.
We'll give you examples. No problem. So we have got fair trade operators in Kenya, and traditionally, the relationship has been between the producing entities and the buying entities. Both parties ordinarily will be fair trade, and so they each comply with the standards. But this is part of the reason why we we want this more and more operators to get in this space in Kenya. And so when you walk outside Standard newsroom and the next shop, then you probably can be able to identify easily. But yes, there are operators in Kenya. Within WFTO, we have got close to 20 operators in Kenya. I'm sure within the space of where Ombaso is, there are a number of operators that you can mention. And if you want to look for a fair trade product, we can direct you to where to go.
Yeah. Just a number of things that are taking place. Just, housekeeping. Okay.
Yes. Oh, sorry.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining us. So this conversation is happening live on SpiceFM, on KTN Home, on SpiceFM YouTube, and also on Facebook on the World Fair Trade Organization Africa and Middle East page. That's the World Fair Trade Organization Africa and Middle East. And the two gentlemen that are here today are also very generous. They've got deep pockets, and they're saying, you know what, now that we're here, and we're talking about fair trade. How about we talk about fair trade and ask people to join us in this conversation on fair trade? So we'd like you to go to Facebook and search for a page called Fair Trade and Climate Justice. That is Fair Trade and Climate Justice. It's actually a group. Join the group on Facebook, Fair Trade and Climate Justice. When you join the group on Facebook, then the next thing I want you to do is, this is your palm.
Yes.
On your palm, write two things. Climate justice. You can choose a pen, a felt pen. You want to pick paint, whatever you want to do. Write on your palm, climate justice. And then the next thing you do is, let's do it fair. So write that on the palm. Climate justice, let's do it fair. Take a photo, climate justice, let's do it fair. Take a photo of your palm and post it on the group. Now, the ladies and gentlemen at the Fair Trade and Climate Justice page will be reviewing and seeing who's written nicely, who does very well with cursive writing, and they'll select some 10 winners.
Yes.
Each of them winning how much, Bernard?
€100.
Way.
Foreign currency. But the way we
doing a calculation.
We already do. Sorry. We already.
How many times am I allowed to post my palms?
How many palms?
I think what is important is also to encourage other people to do the same, because we want to create a vibe. So it's not just you showing your palm 20 times. So the more people involved,
let others know that they can do this.
And this morning there was an issue. Raffle that was done to select two first winners, and we have those names. So at the right time we'll share them out.
Great! But in total, we want to have some 10 people winning.
Yes, so
€100 each.
Exactly. So at the end of the day, on Saturday, the 14th, which is the climax of the celebrations, thereafter we will identify 8 other winners.
Could you just, for example, yes, that's
yes. I'm not sure whether. So this is this is what you need to do.
Climate justice. Let's do it fair.
Exactly.
And then post it on that page. Okay. Ndu.
Okay, so I mean, still looking at who can participate, and you talk about fair product. How do I know I'm buying a fair trade product, or how do I know that I can trade a fair trade product? Is it voluntary? Is it legally binding? Have governments come into place to hold hands and say, okay, guys, let's get into these partnerships and agreements? How does one become a fair trade operator?
Yeah, thank you. That's a very good question. But before I respond to it, perhaps let me just try address the previous questions on the presence of fair trade in Kenya. I will say that Kenya is one of the core countries for fair trade. And in Africa, it's the third if you look at the operator, actually the second if you look at the operators who are fair trade certified. And we are big in coffee, we are big in tea, we are big in flowers. You go to the Naivasha region, you'll find that most of the flower farms are fair trade certified. You go to tea sector, we have over 25 certified organizations, and this is the tea that you consume. Only that, this is why we're here pushing that that part of your contribution is to the fair trade movement.
When you talk about fair trade, no, please go ahead.
But coming back to the question of standard and voluntary, yes, they're voluntary. No one is actually forced that you should be in the fair trade system. They are voluntary, but determined by the private owners. These standards are market driven, so they are based on the market need. That the market in Kenya is looking for products that meet certain quality, products that have been produced in a certain manner. The consumers in the north are looking for these kind of products that have met the social, have met the environmental criteria. So as fair trade, what happens is that there are systems that ensures that these standards are set, and fair trade is also guided. You can't just wake up and decide that I'm going to set a standard. Standards are developed in a consultative process. It's very elaborate. The person that will be affected are involved. The governments are involved. The partners are involved, and even consumers are involved to give their input on what do you think if we were to come up with this standard, what kind of requirements do you need to go into this? And afterwards, they're validated. But also, you find that the owners of the standard have joined together to come up with a coalition. We call that International Social Environment Accreditation Alliance, ISIL. That's determined that there's credibility, that the standards that are being set can meet the threshold, and also there's mechanism for continuous improvement, because things change over time. You can't say that what worked in 2010 will basically work in 2022. So everything keeps changing. So once these standards have been set and have been determined and they're okay, we also have certification bodies, and these bodies are also regulated. I can't just come in and say I want to audit this kind of an organization. No, I have to go through a certain accreditation process. And there is International Standardization Organization, ISO. I think we are all familiar with it. They have a code, ISO 17065, that determines who can become a certifier. So they also are accredited to come and start auditing. So these bodies, for fair trade, we have what we call FLOSAT. FLOSAT is an acronym for Fair Trade Labeling Organization and Certification, that inspects farms to confirm that these farms comply with the social, comply with the economic, comply with the environmental criteria that have been set forth in the fair trade standard. And this forms foundation of our approach that you have to meet. So the farms will apply. And applying, I wouldn't go there as Kubaso and ask them, please come and join fair trade. They'll make their own decision. Because one of the key components of fair trade system is democracy. Can they go and sit with their respective board, decide that we want to join fair trade system? And if they want to leave also, they are free. They just write, we want to leave fair trade system, we'll come back later. if we feel that we are ready again to come. We won't even say no, because that's a voluntary decision to come in and leave. Yeah.
What I want to ask is, even as we consider all these systems, does this system also consider, you mentioned social, does it consider those who help in bringing about these products, the workers? You talk about Kenya, you talk about flower farm workers. You talk about the workers in those firms. You talk about coffee. Is their interest looked after? And what criteria do you put in place? Do you consider the minimum salary? Do you consider the working conditions? Do you consider habitation conditions?
In fact, you're right. And just to add that fair trade does not just look at agricultural sector. It also looks at non-agricultural sectors. So if people are producing other handmade products, if it was, I would say, textile or baskets or other body products. So it's a whole range of products that fair trade can look at. But just to answer your question directly, workers and producers, these entities are key to fair trade, and when an enterprise wants to be part or want to integrate fair trade practices within their businesses, the key element there is the human being. In fact, while all businesses are supposed to think about profit, within fair trade, the priority usually is on the human being first, the welfare of the worker, the people, and the environment. So these two elements are very key to fair trade. We are not saying don't make profit, but if the profit becomes the supremacy in your business, then it's the reason why we are faced with all these challenges. So it's just so. And when audit is being done, as Kubas is saying, one of the key principles or compliance criteria that's looked at is how fair trade is impacting the people who are behind the production.
That's a big one. Let's take a break at 8:30. Kenya's biggest conversation happening on KTN Home, on SpiceFM, on YouTube, on Facebook. We are talking about, World Fair Trade Day. With us in the studio is Agapitas Kubasu, who's an operations manager for Fair Trade Africa, Eastern and Central Africa Network, and Bernard Outa, the regional director, World Fair Trade Organization for Africa and the Middle East, reminding you about how to win this. Go to the Fair Trade and the Facebook page again. It's a Fair Trade and Climate Justice Facebook page. It's a group. Join the group. Take a photo where you write Climate Justice, let's do it fair. Climate Justice, let's do it fair. And you stand a chance of being one of the 10 winners who is going to be receiving €100.
Yes.
100 euro. But there's also Samsung and the beauty of the
Moments
awesomeness.
and taking awesome to another level. The Samsung A33, A53, and A73 gives you an opportunity to take your awesome to another level, capturing all those awesome moments like, your palms in Let's Do It Fair, and sending those through, giving an opportunity to capture every detail in an awesome manner. Plus the 2-day battery life without you having to charge your phone regularly, at least for 2 days, and getting you to get up to levels of awesomes in the name of the A33, A53, and A73.
Let's look at the weather forecast and the traffic. We'll be back with the conversation. Good morning.
I like listening to you guys. You're the default radio station in my car in the morning. Even the children listen to you guys.
I agree Parliament has failed this country. And I will say it again. We have not done what we should have done.
We know in this country, the Kenya prison sector is one of the most underfunded sector.
The way it is being done and the way we're calling it Huduma Number them Msema Kweli is because all records will be there. There are people who are now billionaires with no history as to how they got all these assets.
Yes. Anything that the president does that is not in accord with the Constitution is an illegal act. He shouldn't be doing it and should be sitting here and trying to sort of guise it up.
I totally believe live transmission of results and allowing Kenyans to be able to view all these results. I believe that it will be impossible to steal elections.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Sunny conditions in Nairobi this morning. We will see highs of 26 and lows of 16. Nakuru this morning, the sun is out as well. Highs of 27 and lows of 14. It's 15 degrees in Nyeri. The rain has stopped for now. Going to highs of 25 and lows of 14. And we'll see lows of 13 in a sunny Eldoret, currently at 16, going to highs of 25. Mostly sunny conditions in Mombasa at 26, highs of 31. And Malindi is cloudy at 28, highs of 31 and lows of 27. It's sunny at 21 in Kisumu, highs of 28 and lows of 19, while sunny at 23 in Kakamega, we'll see highs of 29 and lows of 16. Partly sunny conditions in Kampala, highs of 27 and lows of 18, while the sun is out in Dar es Salaam at 25, we'll see highs of 31 and lows of 23. Sunny conditions in a chilly Johannesburg this morning at 13, highs of 22 through Thursday and lows of 10. It's still raining in Lagos at 25, highs of 32, and 31 will be the high in a partly sunny Kinshasa, down to lows of 21.
Spice up your life.
It does continue in most parts of the city this morning. We're looking at the Thika Superhighway. Quite some traffic still coming off of there, getting into the city, and really heavy just past Survey, as well as Kiambu Road. Inbound traffic still continues. And we're also then looking at Langata Road, where traffic started really early today, but giving off to Rilo Dingo Way shouldn't be too bad as you get to Gong Road. Coming out of Westlands, traffic still continues on Waiaki Way. We're also looking at James Gishuru, a little bit heavy, and Ring Road Westlands still continues as you then connect to the Wangari Maathai Way. And there you have what? You have traffic. Uhuru Highway then going towards the city, and then out towards Westlands. That also is doing the rounds today, coming off of Mombasa Road. Not too bad, your usual morning traffic. We'll keep an eye on things. Eastern Bypass also seems to be quite clogged. Let's talk, guys. SpiceFM KE on Twitter, text 40127.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise. Yeah.
You're listening to Spice FM. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
It is 25 minutes to 9. The conversation continues. In the room is Eric Latiff, CT Muga, Ndu Okoh. Our guests, Agapitos Kubasu, Operations Manager, Fairtrade Africa East and Central Africa Network, plus the focal point for Fairtrade Africa Climate Change. And Bernard Ota is the Regional Director, World Fairtrade Organization, Africa and Middle East. We are talking about World Fair Trade Day 2022. This day takes place every year on the second Saturday of May. So, see, this coming Saturday is the second Saturday of May. So it's happening this Saturday. The theme this year is climate justice. Kubasu, you are the focal point for climate change at the World Fair Trade Africa. Tell us about climate justice and fair trade.
Yeah, thank you, Eric. And when we speak about climate justice, we are exploring ways through which we can deliver fair, inclusive approaches on how to help producers, especially in the South, overcome challenges that have been brought about by climate change. And the unfortunate thing that happens with climate is that those that are most affected are not that are causing or responsible for the effects of climate change. And you find that, I'll just give an example that when we look at the number of workers and farmers across the continent, more than 1 million of farmers that we work with as a fair trade movement, these are people whose livelihood have been affected by climate change. But you find that they're struggling in a way to earn income. They're struggling in a way to find ways through which they can adapt to climate change. They can mitigate effects of climate change. The little that they get, the concept of fair trade helps these farmers and workers, at least through establishing what we call a safety net, which is called fair and minimum price, that determines that whatever they are producing is not beyond the cost of production, so that when they sell, they can at least recoup back the cost of the investment. So the efforts you are doing, you find that they are still getting the little to invest in climate change mitigation and adaptation efforts. But they're not the one responsible. If you compare the carbon footprint, you will find that they're among the lowest. Sure. But they're the one, again, carrying out efforts to manage effects of climate change. So climate justice is about what can we deliver as fair trade? What can we deliver as Nduko to help these producers overcome the challenges? What role can governments play? So that we are looking at the root cause, we are looking at what are the resources available and from where, because we need also to mandate those that are responsible. Climate change is no longer an ecological crisis. Climate change is an economic crisis. Climate change is a public health crisis. climate change is a social crisis, and that's why we are saying we need social justice, we need climate justice. But I welcome Bernard to also contribute. Yeah.
Even as you do that, Bernard, so then what does climate justice look like, especially for the operators of fair trade? What does it look like when we are saying that we are going or asking for climate justice from governments, from global operators and global partners?
I think first of all is to appreciate what Kubas is saying, that the people who contribute, the people who are affected most by issues around climate change are the people who contribute to it least.
Yes.
So when discussions are being held, when decisions are being made to address this problem, then it is important that there's fairness in that decision, that resources then are made available in an equitable way, that then the people who suffer most from the impact of climate change that happens somewhere else can also get equitable share of those resources. So I think that's one important point. Secondly, it's also to acknowledge that if you look at a lot of fair trade practices, what a lot of producers are using, the technology and the rest, the production itself is done in such a way that it contributes least to it impacts least to climate change. And therefore, partners and governments, they need to come in and support this kind of production practices, which then ensures that we can keep our environment safe. We can ensure that production continues without adverse effect on the current generation and the future generation. So this is the support that I think, in a practical way, fair trade operators will require, both from their legitimate governments as well as partners. But I think importantly is, when you talk about justice, is to say, look, the concern should be that the people who get affected most have access to resources that they require in order to respond to those challenges.
Yeah.
When people hear about this whole conversation about fair trade, there are many who will associate it with producers and the practices being employed by the producers, whether it's employment, whether it's the methods used to produce. But how about the consumption side? If people wanted to, support this movement, fair trade and climate justice, as consumers, how do they join?
In fact, we say, of course, fair trade is based on standards that the operators comply with, they integrate in their systems. Behind these standards, there are also government regulations that are also integrated. There's also the ILO, which provides a lot of standards around child labor, work and labor, that kind of stuff. And if you look at business practices in the majority of our operators, that's where the challenge is. Even with existing regulation, that's still a problem. And the only person that I think can make a very significant difference in all this is the consumer. The consumer has the power to determine how I produce as an operator. Because if I decide I'm not going to consume Standard News, for example,
we have to change.
You have to change.
Yep.
And so the reason why fair trade has taken such a significant route in the north is because of the consumer. The consumer was demanding that I want to know the practice behind this product that I'm buying. So yes, when I walk into a supermarket, when I walk into a shop as a consumer in Nairobi, at the back of my mind, of course, I need to consider my pocket. But I think beyond the pocket is to ask myself, who has produced this product I'm buying? How has it been produced? And so I think this is the most important support that we want to invite the Kenyan population,
and that's
South
that
African
requires
population.
a lot of awareness and engagement. But
True, I agree, and this is part of what we're doing. And just to be, I think this conversation has to begin to question
the source
of the product.
Doesn't it also require an immense amount of structural support? Because here we are saying that if you're going to run the traceability elements, I want to know where my cabbage came from, for example. I don't know where. I don't know who the farmer was. I don't know what fertilizer they used. I don't know what was the chemical compound of the soil. But you've given an example of other parts of the globe when they can do that. But then you have the structure has been set up, so you know everything and it's logged into a system.
So I know Kwasi want to jump in, but I think that's so fair trade system is one of those infrastructure or structure that you can use as a basis of saying, yes, when I see this, then I can begin to trust that 1, 2, 3, 4 things have happened.
And you can actually interrogate.
Exactly.
Okay.
And so one of the ways that fair trade has done this in many jurisdictions is the use of a label.
A mark of quality.
A mark of quality, a mark of standard, so that when you see it on a particular product, then that enough communicates to you that certain things have happened behind this product that I'm buying. And you can trust that, yes, this has happened.
Who places that label on the product?
Okay. The operator who... So for example, if... I'll give you an example. So one of the members of fair trade in Kenya, for example, is Machakos Cooperative, for example, that produces both coffee and baskets that you can use in your offices as a dustbin, but also for your shopping if you want. So once Machakos meets the criteria or complies with the standard, then they have got the opportunity and the right to use the label on their product, whether it's on their coffee or when they're branding their basket. So they have got the opportunity and the right to use that as long as they've been able to comply with those requirements, yes.
You know, everything you say makes sense. And if I look at what the fair trade movement has done, it has definitely changed conversation. It has definitely raised the bar in terms of ensuring that there's equity in some of these matters. However, to compare what happens in the developed countries with the developing countries would be a bit unfair, because people in the developed countries have the luxury of being able to question. When you are talking about someone whose main concern is how to survive, not live, how to survive on a daily basis, I'm using the word luxury, they rarely have the luxury of questioning some of these things. It's not that they can't, because in many instances, to question it, even at your place of work, means a termination of your job. Just to raise your voice. Now, how then does fair trade ensure, with all the things that we have said, that the voice of the worker, the very basic worker, is protected, so that they are able to say, folks, I know you guys have this label and this, we are the ones who produce these things, but it is not meeting the standards that you people speak of. We look at our living conditions, we look at our wages, it doesn't quite meet the master. See, the consumer, you say, may have a choice. Not really. The choice you're talking about is whether I'm going to be alive today or whether I'm going to have the luxury of sitting and questioning, so this thing, was it produced under the sun or was it at night under the moon?
That's a very interesting perspective. But I want to mention that the development of the standards takes into consideration the existing national laws. So standards are not developed outside the national laws. For instance, if I am an auditor and I'm auditing the fair trade standards, then I'm looking at it against what does the workplace policies say in Kenya. What does the Employment Act for Kenya speaks about wages? What does it say about occupational health and safety? What does it say about waste management? I'll definitely look at wastewater use regulations of 2006 just to compare that all these things we are talking about are in tandem. And in standards, we apply which is stricter. So if the national laws is stricter, then the auditor will look at which favors the worker. But fair trade also, one of the key things it looks at is how do we take care of workers' rights? Where is the freedom of associations? You go to fair trade certified farms and you'll see different. These farmers are, rather workers can express themselves. They have established associations. They have trade unions on the ground that they can work with and raise their issues if they feel aggrieved. Fair trade standards establishes grievance reporting procedures such that when a worker is discriminated, and fair trade standards do not condone discrimination at workplace. If it happens, then you are out. Forced labor, you're out. Child labor, you're out. We don't condone such practices, such that these workers are empowered. These workers can make their own decision. And that's one of the key things about this model, that we are looking at how best can these farmers and workers make and invest in their own future by making their own decision. But most importantly is to say that when you're looking at freedom of association, of course, we work in partnerships. We want to bring on board who are the like-minded people that fair trade we can work with to ensure that as much as we are speaking about sustainable livelihood, we are working together and growing this ecosystem to ensure that there is socio-economic development within communities.
I think also, just, digging further into the concern that's raised by CT, in terms of at the consumer end, and the consumer then demanding and driving the higher demand for fair trade practices, I think the consumer is fairly sharp.
Yeah.
And if I know that if I'm going to buy sukuma wiki and Mama so-and-so's sukuma wiki comes from sewage and Mama so-and-so's sukuma wiki comes from a certain farm that we all know is and they are priced the same, then consumer will definitely go to for the sukuma wiki from
the farm,
the cleaner farm, the cleaner farm. So it's the same thing. If we get to a point where there is a lot of awareness that if I see this label, I know this is fair trade and I know this comes from good, well produced and well accompanied with good practices, then I think the consumer will eventually be going for that.
Exactly.
Because they're given a choice. It's at this particular point where I'm thinking, yes, I want to buy sukuma wiki, and I'm going to buy sukuma wiki. But if I get the choice of I have sukuma wiki that is, this one does not have residue, this one does not come from those sewer places, this one does not have, I go for that one.
You're right.
It's creating that balance of awareness for me. But as you're creating that awareness, let me also see it in practice.
Exactly.
And I think it's not enough to say that we are transferring a practice from somewhere else and bringing it here. I mean, if you look at the principles of fair trade, they are things that we practice every day. We did them as much. We have challenges, of course. I mean, if for economic reasons, I mean, the consumer here would probably not have as much choices as a consumer somewhere in UK. But ultimately, I think if you look at the practices that fair trade is advocating for businesses to integrate, it's good for me, it's good for you, it's good for the consumer. Ultimately, I think this conversation has to begin, and ultimately, I think we need to get a gradually buy-in so that people begin to appreciate what is, I mean, the impact that a bad business practice will cause to all of us is so big that I think as a consumer, I need to be concerned. I need to begin to ask questions.
Sure. I mean, I think when we look at protection of farmers, for example, is one topic that has really been in the limelight. And how far then does this go? Because then some farmers who, I mean, we saw the movement when farmers were uprooting coffee bushes and tea bushes because they said, how does this really benefit me at the end of the day if I make nothing? So for those who maybe would say this is interest intensive in certain markets, do they also have an opportunity to play here? Or is it just reserved for certain products where maybe the politics of commercialization is not so heavy?
Yeah, that's very interesting question, and thanks for it. I would say that the reason as to why a farmer will uproot coffee bushes is, of course, there are no returns.
Yes.
But when you look at the fair trade model, what it has done is that farmers are protected, such that everything they do, if I'm a farmer and I'm fair trade certified, I'm not going to sell that produce at a price less than what has been set as minimum price. And minimum price is determined based on cost of sustainable production. What kind of inputs have I used? What labor have I used? And as this labor that I've used and inputs and even my time I have spent on this farm, consumerate with what I'm going to sell on the market, such that when the market prices come down, this farmer will still sell at a higher price. So that's like a safety net that protects this farmer. So that's one of the things that we do as fair trade. Number two is one of the concepts that you are now pushing, is how can we encourage consumption at origins? Because it to me it makes no sense, and even to the fair trade system, to be producing 100% for the global north.
Right.
Why can't we, in a small way, start this conversation, and glad that we're here today, so that we are looking at can coffee or tea that is processed locally in Africa be consumed in Africa, such that consumers are aware why they are consuming such kind of high quality teas. We don't want to go to the shops and then we are being... I don't know how best I can put this, but you're not getting the quality teas, the quality coffees. Yeah. Can we also access this quality stuff in the market? And how can we support farmers? That's why we're having this conversation, that these products are available, that we can also access quality by supporting the farmers, get a fair price, supporting the farmers, get engaged in value addition processes at origin, and then sell, but ask the consumers, are you ready to purchase these products? Because that's what we are looking at.
Mr. Kubas, they do have value. It's just not the highest value.
And as Kenyan consumers, we also deserve
yes, exactly.
Grade
because,
A.
Yes, because what we drink, for instance, is tea in your tea bag, is what you call tea dust. Just so that you understand. Yes.
Okay. I'm glad you said it, because those are the hard facts that no one wants to listen to.
Those are the big issues.
The tea dust, when you ask the Kenyan consumer, I'm sorry to use Kenyan consumers, they'll tell you it's the best tea.
They don't know what
Meanwhile,
the best
they have
tea
no
is.
idea.
Meanwhile, they have no idea.
Because we don't know.
But when you compare dust tea versus the better quality
it's
tea,
called PF1.
and Eric has spoken about consumer quality, the sewage and the clean farm analogy. You'll find they are totally different kind of stuff that you're speaking about. And that's why we need a lot of sensitization, understanding that when you see the fair trade label on a product, what it means even to your own health, it simply means that the product that you are consuming has been ethically produced. No chemical, prohibited chemical was used in its production. And most of them will find that they have even undergone natural production processes that are really good for your health. Yeah.
That's true. So World Fair Trade Day happens this Saturday, the second Saturday of May. The day will be what date? 14th. It's the 14th of May, 2022. We've been asking you to go to the Fair Trade and Climate Justice Facebook group. Join the group, write on your palm 2 words, climate justice, and also write, let's do it fair. Climate justice now, let's do it fair. Take a photo, post it on the Facebook page. And Bernard Ota, who's the Regional Director, World Fair Trade Organization for Africa and Middle East, is promising to give €100 to 10 winners. We have 2 already. that have been selected by the team at Welfare Trade.
Maybe you want those names?
Yes.
I was given two names. One is Lux. It's an interesting name. Lux, Lukes, Obonyo, and then there's Mary Nadenge.
Lux Obonyo and Mary Nadenge, congratulations. You win €100 each. There are 8 more winners to be selected by Bernard and the team. So please just go to that Facebook page, do like that, take a photo, post the photo. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us.
Just as a last point, I think the question that I know time's running up. I think fair trade standards can be applied to any enterprise. It's not just the big commercial. Any enterprise you can apply fair trade standards in their business practices. So it's open.
Asante sana. Keep it here for more conversations coming up in the next hour. It's now 9 a.m.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning. This is Mzoam Dennis Sasseto. Canadian nationals in Kenya have been urged to exercise caution when visiting some parts of the country due to threats of terrorism and crime. In a travel advisory, the Canadian High Commission in Kenya advised its citizens to completely avoid travel to areas bordering Somalia, South Sudan and Ethiopia. Mandera, Wajir, Garissa and Lamu counties have been designated as no-go zones by the Commission following incidences of terrorism and kidnappings targeting foreigners in the area. Turkana and Marsabit counties have been flagged for banditry and incidences of cross-border violence. According to the Canadian High Commission, beachfront accommodations on the coastal area are vulnerable to criminal activities such as armed robbery, break-ins and carjacking. Now, President Uhuru Kenyatta opened MAS intimates Kenya, a Sri Lankan apparel and textile manufacturer that has employed over 3,000 Kenyans. Speaking at the River in Machakos County during the launch of the factory operating under the Export Processing Zones program, President Kenyatta said the huge investment is a testament of the decade-long groundwork laid under the manufacturing pillar of the Big Four agenda. The president pointed out that the expanding infrastructure, world-class human capital and economic policies have significantly improved Kenya's business index within the community of nations, making the country the most vibrant investment destination in Africa. The Ministry of Energy and the Energy Efficiency and Conservation sector have begun validating the Kenyan National Energy Efficiency and Conservation Strategy Implementation Plan. According to Energy Principal Secretary Gordon Kialangwa, the next is a roadmap for the government of Kenya towards achieving energy efficiency goals that have a positive impact on Kenya's economy. The Keeping Alive Society's Hope organization has launched an application dubbed Pata Haki that is intended to offer justice, health services as well as socio-economic empowerment at no cost to the vulnerable members of the society. Pata Haki is an application available in the Play Store that incorporates the paralegal team trained to offer consultative lawsuit services to the members of the society who cannot access these services. The European Union and the United Nations Development Programme AMKEN Kenya have funded the initiative. Stephen Aguna, an officer from CASH, said that while coming up with the application, they have gone ahead to involve clinician services, more so to tackle issues related to sexual and gender-based violence cases across the country. Now, Siaya Senator James Orengo is vying for the county's governor's seat, has now picked William Oduwol as his running mate in the race. Orengo, who was given a direct ticket by Orange Democratic Movement, announced his decision in a letter to the party National Elections Board dated May 10th. Oduwol says he initially set the contest for the Alego Songa parliamentary seat presently held by ODM Samson Atandi, but later dropped his bid. He saw the Siaya governor's seat in 2013 beating out Ayala Member of Parliament Dr. Buru Dinga in ODM nominations before the ticket was later handed to incumbent county boss Colonel Rasanga. Now, 6 Rwandan nationals are currently nursing injuries after being attacked by members of the notorious confirmed gang in Bondeni, Nakuru County. The 6 were allegedly accosted by the gang at their rental home before being battered and robbed. The incident, Rwandese in Nakuru Union Chair says, was preceded by one of the victims, Busumi, being attacked by gang members en route to his place of work. Now, the head of the World Health Organization is being censored on China's internet after questioning the sustainability of the country's zero-COVID policy. The censorship on Weibo and WeChat, China's 2 largest social media platforms, targets WHO Director General Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus' comments that expressed rare disagreement with Beijing's policies. The criticism from Tedros, who was accused of being too close to China early in the pandemic, came just days after Chinese leader Xi Jinping vowed to double down on the policy and resolutely struggle against all critics. The United Nations official press account on China's Twitter like Weibo posted Tedros' comments early on Wednesday, drawing a wave of sarcastic comments from Chinese users. Now, pro-Kremlin authorities in Ukraine's Kherson has urged President Vladimir Putin to annex the region as Moscow accused Kyiv of shelling a Russian city in the latest flashpoint of their bloody war. 1 person was killed and 3 injured in the shelling of Belgorod, according to Governor Vyacheslav Gladkov, who said it was the most difficult situation facing the border region since Russia sent its troops into Ukraine 11 weeks ago. With war raging, fears of broader international implications swelled as gas supplies to energy-starved Europe were disrupted by a halt in Russian gas flows through Ukraine. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Sassetto. Good morning.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, a few minutes after 9 o'clock, traffic still in most parts of the city today. Outbound traffic, a little bit more than inbound traffic, so that's all right. We're looking at Raila Odinga feeding off to Ngongoro, which is not too bad right now. Huru Highway, however, getting into the CBD and then out towards Westlands is where you find a lot of it today. Looking a lot better on the Thika Superhighway as well, coming towards that Pangani underpass. Not too bad now, but Kiambu Road is still giving it off and coming in from Limuru Road, all the way from Muthaiga and then into Parklands, really heavy still. Coming out of Westlands, traffic on Waiyaki Way, Ring Road Westlands, James Gishuru, through that whole area still continues. Not to forget, you can use the Red Hill Link Road to get out of any jam. SpiceFM KE on Twitter, talk to us there. Text on 40127. Let's take a look in half an hour and see how things have changed.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down.
It's 7 minutes
This
after 9.
is
The conversation continues. Welcome to the final hour of the show this lovely Thursday morning. You know, it's the first Friday of the week. It's also the 12th day of March 2022. We are waiting to be launched into April and onwards into May to catch up with the rest of the world in coming days. This hour, we're going to talk about integrity, the integrity question in the general election of 2022. Our guests are in the studio, the Director of Public Prosecutions, Nordin Haji, and the CEO of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, Twalib Mbarak. Before we introduce them and welcome them formally into the show, let's hear the day's proverb, City.
Today's proverb is from Southern Sudan. Even if a log lies in water for a long time, it does not become a crocodile.
Even if a log lies in water for a long time, it does not become a crocodile.
Kwa ufupi, a log cannot be a reptile.
No.
Doesn't matter what it does.
Neither can a reptile become wood.
Exactly, no matter what it does.
It's not your place that changes you. You are what you are.
Essentially, that's really what it is.
Yeah. So you elect somebody who is a crocodile and take them to parliament. They will remain
a crocodile. Though once in a while you may think they're a log, but they are a crocodile.
They may take on the appearance of a log.
Yes,
However,
because they're floating in water, but they are a crocodile.
Crocodile is crocodile, log is log.
Precisely.
You know, we read in the news yesterday, right? And this is what the Cabinet Secretary for the Interior and Coordination of National Government was saying, cautioning Kenyans, people, wash guys are awash, seeking your vote. Beware. You elect them, they'll come and wash you. They will remain crocodiles. Bwana Nuruddin Haji, Bwana Twalib Mbarak, thank you very much for joining us. Welcome to Kenya's biggest conversation.
Thank you.
You know, Nuruddin, you were here just the other day, and we were having this conversation with you. Major Mbarak has been away. The last time you were here was, 2 years ago?
Almost 1.5.
Welcome back.
But my people have been here.
Yes, your people are good people. Your people are good people. You know, they keep coming and they keep giving us, the conversations that we want to have. And congratulations to the both of you for the work that you're doing. Every new day we have a story in the paper of how you have been able to net some of the people who have been helping themselves with great ideas on how they can get some money out of the public coffers. I don't know whether it's a prisoner, whether it's a cleaner in the prisons, whether all those people going to court. Today we want to talk about the integrity question in the 2022 election. We've asked this question many times. We are seeing people whom the public considers to have questions on their integrity, campaigning, wanting to be elected. And the public asks, but why are these people being allowed to? Who's clearing them to come and seek our votes? Surely these people should not be allowed to come here. We want first of all to understand what is the role of the EACC in that entire clearance process, and does the DPP have a role in the entire clearing process? Let's start with the EACC.
Thank you very much. What guides the issue of integrity is a little bit amorphous, and that is why there's this general complaint. I'm not on the defensive, but the general complaint that there are some institutions that maybe they're not playing their role on the issue of integrity and vetting of people who are seeking a political position. But we have to go back to the origin of this issue. You know very well we are operating with a constitution that was enacted in 2010. And what guides the issue of integrity is the Chapter 6. And according to anybody who is interested in reading the Chapter 6, by the time you're through with it, you find it is a little bit amorphous. It is neither here nor there. It gives more of a moral guidance rather than a legal guidance. Initially, when the Bombers Group and other stakeholders were backing this constitution, they took a draft to the parliament for approval. And, people say that there's a famous saying by a famous Italian philosopher, political philosopher, by the name Niccolò Machiavelli. Machiavelli said, politics has got no morals. So I hope you understand by what I mean. So when this draft was taken to the parliament, the politicians looked at it critically, and they realized that that Chapter 6 is actually a rope to hang them. So what do? They diluted that Chapter 6. And that is the genesis or the beginning of the problem that we are having today on the issue of integrity. It is very difficult to measure reputation using paperwork. It is very difficult to measure integrity using paperwork. Integrity is something that you see it on the ground. If I walk in here in the Standard Media Group and
I randomly get 3 guys here and ask them, how is Eric Latiff? Say, he's a very good guy, very good journalist, committed. He knows how to grill people when they appear before interview. He doesn't fear these guys. He can grill any politician. 3 of them tell me like that. Generally, that is what Eric Latiff is. But if I walk in here and ask them, who is Eric Latiff? Wachana hiyo mtu bure tu. Kelele mingi anadanganya nyinyi kwa talk show. The second one tells me the same thing. The third one tells me the same thing. That is the reputation stroke integrity about Eric Latiff.
They've been paid by my detractors.
General.
Those have been sponsored.
So generally. So when we come back to the EACC, now from that genesis and what Machiavelli has said, and also there's a famous American billionaire who said that when you are hiring a staff, you look at integrity, intelligence, and energy. But if the guy lacks integrity, forget even about taking him. But in Kenya, it is the opposite. Today, if you are a maverick, quasi-gangster politician, that becomes number 1 criteria of you becoming popular.
Back to the question, though, Bwana EACC boss. What role do you have? Have you been given any role by the law in vetting and clearing people who are seeking elective office?
Now, that's a very good question. What we do as EACC, and this is a misconception I want to remove it to the public, we don't give clearance to say this man, he can contest or not. Get it from me. We don't give that clearance.
Mm-hmm.
What we do, people who seek public office and political office, they fill what you call a self-declaration form. It is found in the EACC website. You download it in duplicate. You sign it, you bring it to the EACC. EACC stamps 1 copy, and the other one is given to the applicant. Then, when you go for an interview, you have that form. Once you have been shortlisted, and there's a law that was passed recently that we don't need to do it when people are applying, because they said that job seekers spend a lot of money looking for those kind of documents, which is good. But when you have finally been shortlisted, like let's say a state officer or senior public officer, the entity writes to EACC, does this person have issues with EACC? We go to our record management system, which is electronic. We key in your name there. We look at it and we say, okay, this man, he has a case here on this and that, which is still under investigation. That is all. And there is nowhere that EACC has got powers to stop an entity, to stop a politician from vying for a political seat because he has a case with us.
Does the same apply when somebody is a candidate? For example, the candidates in this year's election.
Yes.
Are they downloading that form?
They download and they bring it.
And then
Now,
you just stamp.
We stamp, but there's a place that it helps. It can be a self-increment. It can put you in a problem. We've come across quite a number of people that the forms they filled, there was some misrepresentation, and we bring it to the highlight of the entities concerned.
Maybe I can step in.
Yes, DPP.
You know, Chapter 6 and the Constitution itself is meant to be a foundational document, and it talks about our aspiration as a country. And Chapter 6 spells out our aspiration in relation to integrity, issues of morality and all that. But then it is up to then Parliament to then codify this and bring about laws that will enforce it. But what has happened, as Mbarak has aptly put it, is that they have not done that. They have left it open to the extent that those who are supposed to enforce or ensure that Chapter 6 is actually operational do not have the powers that is desired for them to give the desired results that maybe Kenyans want to see. And the process of vetting is one such example. It is amorphous. There is no law that governs the vetting process itself. So when ESCC do the background checks and hand it over, for example, to the IABC. It is then left to the IABC to decide whether this is sufficient enough. But then the law again says very clearly that you'll only be barred from office if you've been convicted 6 months and above. So if you've been convicted for 4 months, even if ESCC says you're still eligible to run for office. And these are some of the problems that we have. And this is why we were saying the only way we can change this is by electing individuals who will be able to bite the bullet and go to Parliament and make the legislations that will give us the powers to deliver for Kenyans effectively.
I want to be, I'm still at that process, and maybe for both of you, Bonambarak, and also you, Nordin, is here we are faced with, I mean, it's in the public, it is very clear who has cases against them. Some of them, the rap sheets are, very, very long, right? So here we are looking at these individuals who have to come through your office at some point. And are we saying that all is happening is that we are just presenting them as they are? And there's nothing that can be done.
As it stands today.
And there's nothing that can be done.
There's nothing that can be done because we don't have the laws.
Maybe I can add on that. A real-time experience. A candidate comes for clearance, he wants to vie for a parliamentary seat. We do preliminary underground vetting. You realize this guy's Form 4 certificate is fake. It takes less than 1 day to check with Kenya National Examination Council whether Twalib Mubarak was in this school in Mombasa, whether he got a Division 1 or he got a Z. I know all of you are 844 here, maybe save Mr. Muga. You won't know what is a Z. Z was a grade that you used to get in Form 4, and you'll never get a certificate.
Unclassified.
You just get a school living certificate. Nowadays, even if you get an E, you have a certificate to show you're Form 4 leaver. During our time, if you get a Z, you will not get a Form 4 certificate. So what happens is this. You have 100% information. This is a fake Form 4 certificate.
Mm-hmm.
You know. Mm-hmm. I say, okay, this is ESCC. Let me talk to Kinoti under penal code, use of forged document. You call George Kinoti, say, George, we have a guy here who has submitted his self-declaration form, and we got intelligence because these politicians undermine each other. Right now we have cases. People who are looking forward to become governors, and we know they're standard 7 leavers, but they have degrees. How they got those degrees, we don't know. But now, if you want to stop that, he will go to court. Immediately he's got...
So once you call Kinoti, what is Kinoti supposed to do?
To charge on... Forgery, under penal code. When DCI charged that person, it does not stop that guy from contesting to be an MP. He says the case is under court. And the law is very clear. Article 99, it says you can only be barred when all legal processes have been exhausted. I am still exhausting the legal process. So for the time being, he goes on as an MP. We have them. We have about 3-4 cases. I'll not mention names. The cases are in court. We know from our side.
Right. They have appealed.
They have appealed. Others have not appealed. The court is still taking the process of determining whether these certificates are genuine or not. These guys are now going for their second term. Quite a number of them have managed to get tickets from the so-called super political parties, which normally when you get the nomination, the only thing remaining is to go and drink and wait to become an MP. Because definitely you'll make it. So this guy will go for a second term.
Yeah.
And by the time it goes to the Court of Appeal, he will be serving his third term, and he will sue the government that I've served 3 terms. Why can't I be pensionable?
So can we then say, would you be bold enough to say that the law, as it stands, is an impediment to the sanctification of this process?
I think I can, and I think I've said it, that as we stand today, the law, as we have it today, is not sufficient for us to realize as Kenyans what we want, unless we come up with laws that are very clear, that go a step further, that say, for example, if you're charged, you step aside, you cannot run for office until you finish the whole process.
Is that the position of these 2 offices? Is that what you're saying
That
right now?
that
That's
is my
what it
position,
should
and
be?
I have gone to court on that issue. And the court has ruled that individuals cannot go to office. But what we have seen is they still end up going to office. And we still have to fight in court to get even clearer rulings, which do not negate the Constitution. That's where the problem is. If we can get legislation that will help us to deliver, then we'll be able to do this. And the only way we can do that is to vote the right people who will go to Parliament and make those laws. If we don't have, then we will always be stuck with this problem.
I think as ESCC we have put several recommendations on amendment of the laws. We get very good promises when we appear before these committees. But when it comes to real-time changes of those laws, they are not changed. So the problem is, let me give a good example of a very simple question. Why can't we accept and say that if there's a letter from Kenya National Examination Council that your certificate is fake, that guy doesn't need to go, he doesn't need even to go to court. Automatically he's disqualified from contesting the election. So these laws is, it's like you have two football match. I mean, you have a football match. One team is supposed to play according to conventional FIFA rules, and the other team, they can even take the ball by hand and score it, and it's allowed. Then how do you compete in such a match?
Some of the arguments have been that by the politicians, for example, is if they allow us, for example, to bar them from going to office and running for office based on charging, then there would be an abuse of the processes. But the flip side of that is that they will have avenues to go and challenge some of those decisions that will be made. As a country, we really have to decide what do we want, and are we really serious about fighting corruption?
This isn't even a catch-22. This is something like a catch-88, because on the one hand, you have lawmakers who by intent and by purpose seem to have no intention whatsoever of abiding by any law. And by dint of what I'm saying, they also put us in a situation where when they are required to actually ensure that the laws that we have are clear and laws that can help the country move forward, the laws that they seem to support are laws that guarantee that they stay in power and that nothing happens to them when they are in power. So now, you have a situation where even if they are no longer in power, the next lot of people who will come in will come under this same impunity that the others were in. Now, even if we elect leaders whom we think are suitable, because usually they present themselves and you feel this person would actually do a good job. But somehow they get to Parliament, and whatever it is that is in that environment, you see changes that you didn't anticipate. You are the individuals you know, and you wonder what happened to this person. Somebody whom you knew had a stand, all that seems to just frizzle away, and suddenly they're a different animal altogether.
You see, for example, under the ASECA, we've really been trying to argue what is the difference between a state officer and a public officer. If you read the Constitution, there's no difference. They are one and the same. But conveniently, the politicians have said they are public officers and not state officers. State officers are the only people who should step aside and should not be in office. And that is what is happening.
That's
today.
ambassadors and CSs and such.
Yeah.
Those that have been appointed.
There's the civil servants. Yes. Are the state officers. They are the ones who should be stepping aside. But politicians are the public officers. They should not be stepping aside. Now, these laws are what you've just said, the proverb. They are telling Kenyans it's a crocodile like any a log. For us, it can't bite. Precisely, it's been in the water, but it's actually just a log. There is very little that we can do, especially when it comes to issues of integrity and enforcing it.
Do you think this is pre-designed?
I think it's for... Okay, I did political science at the university, and this problem is mainly all over the world, because at the end of the day, the politicians look at their interest. From the face value, they will tell you that They are there to improve your life, take care of your welfare and all this. But at the end of the day, what comes first is their own personal interest. We've talked about the reluctance of changing the laws and even some of the laws. There's also impunity. People don't observe those laws. And we are not condemning all politicians. I have interacted in several committees in Parliament, and you can see some MPs that are very serious in amending the laws to make sure that the issue of accountability and integrity is there. But we need also to know that majority, they are quite not interested. And the whole problem goes back to the public. Because even right now, as people are trying to contest various positions, you've seen there are some governors, controversial governors now, they are causing havoc. They are trying to come back, and they sound very popular on the ground. Their opponents are panicking. Now, the same with parliamentarians. The issue here is one. You can have, I know some politicians, some MPs, that they are people of no integrity at all, morally. But legally, when you go to the Chapter 6, you go to the Leadership Integrity Act, you go to the Public Officers Ethics Act, and all other acts that are related to integrity, there is nowhere to fish that guy out. That is a criminal. You know, it's like somebody who used to work in a bank, he has been sacked. Banks, when they sack people, they don't want to go to court.
No.
Because they look at the image first. It may cause panic and everybody start withdrawing money. So they will sack that person silently. When you go to the bank, in the records, that guy resigned. But when you get insiders, they tell you, hii mtu alisukumwa, alikuwa amefanya ukora hapa. We have many kind of politicians who are contesting political seat with that kind of analogy. You know their background is not clean. And quite a number of them, the public know. But these people are now back dishing out money. You remember twice, the Minister for Internal Security, Honorable Matiang'i, has said, we are likely to get a lot of crooks coming into the next parliament and other elective position, because the public, they're not strict in what you call the general public vetting. And when you get those people, let's say in parliament, and maybe out of 450, I mean, is it 350 MPs or about that, and then 2/3 are on the other side, people who have got questionable character. Do you think those people will be interested to amend laws to come and hunt them? Or they're going to weaken the laws? So there's a big danger that even the next government that will come in power, their agenda on corruption may be frustrated because they will have a lot of MPs who are quasi-crooks.
Little bit from the top.
Yeah. So you may end up having a helpless leader who's at heart wants to fight corruption, but on the ground is too hostile that he will be forced to shed off that agenda.
Let's take a break. It's 9:30, Kenya's biggest conversation. With us in the studio this morning is the Chief Executive Officer of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, Twalib Mbarak, and the Director of Public Prosecutions, Noordin Haji. We are talking about that integrity question in the next general election. Who should we elect and why? Who should we not be electing and why? The question is, what are these officers doing to make sure that we don't get to the people on the ballot? Do they have any power? Do they not? Remember, Samsung A33, A53, A73, brand new phones, Noordin. A73 for you. You see the way you want to see, to see the integrity of somebody just by taking a photo.
But if you give him, I'll charge him for accepting
gifts.
No. What we're going to do is we'll hook you up with our friends at Samsung. You'll talk about a payment plan. Because when you're just public servant, I mean, naona mshahara kubwa, all those things. Uko na madeni, unalipa. This will be one of those madenis. The A73, very good phone, has 4 cameras. Tell him about it, City.
Actually, it is fantastic even to hear it. And in action, it's even more interesting. 4 cameras, what it does is something unique in that here you are in a vehicle and you're moving and you want to take pictures. because of the technology, you will actually be able to take pictures as opposed to those blurred visions that you used to experience with your normal phone or even your normal camera. But more importantly, the clarity and the details that the pictures will present. It is something to observe, but more importantly, something to experience.
And you can trade in an old Samsung phone and get this new one, plus 2 days of battery life. 2. Let's take a break. We'll be back shortly and continue this conversation. Good morning.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
If I'm found guilty, there is no problem. I'm willing to serve. I have no problem. Jails are meant for human beings.
They say a society gets the leadership it deserves. If you have a corrupt, crooked and rotten society like we have in Kenya, then of course they will get that kind of a leadership.
I think the president should dissolve parliament. That's the best solution at this moment in time. Dissolve parliament.
All of you go home.
Yes, we all go home.
How are we encouraging other people who might have new and creative ideas? Young people who are making money without any government help. They are just buying their own bundles. They are going on TikTok and making money. KRA is coming after them.
I've been in parliament for 15 years. We have been unable to pass the gender law. And yet, no presidential candidate is talking about it now. Because we are fake. The truth is, all the men refuse to vote for that law.
What did Sonko do to Pumwani maternity hospital?
Yeah, he
with
cleaned
his
it up.
own money.
Cleaned it with his own money. That was him as an individual.
Yeah. And I did not say he was cleaning his own money. I was saying he was cleaning. He cleaned it.
Foot, mouth. Foot, mouth. Eric.
Okay.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest
20 and
conversation.
sunny conditions in Nairobi. Clouds are coming through though. Chance of rain later. Highs of 26 and lows of 16. It's sunny at 20 in Nakuru. We'll see highs of 27 and lows of 15. 13 will be the low in a rainy Nyeri at 18, going to highs of 25. We'll also see highs of 25 in Eldoret, where it's currently sunny at 21. The sun is out in Mombasa. Highs of 31 and lows of 25. It's mostly cloudy in Malindi at 29. We'll see highs of 31 and lows of 27. Sunny conditions in Kisumu at 24. Highs of 28, and we'll see highs of 29 in a mostly sunny Kakamega, currently at 25. Light rain in Kampala now at 23, highs of 27, and the sun is out in Dar es Salaam at 28, going to highs of 31. 15 degrees and sunny in Joburg. 22 will be the high and lows of 10, while it's raining in Lagos at 26. We'll see highs of 32 and lows of 25. Mostly sunny at 24 in Kinshasa, highs of 31 and lows of 22. The sun is out in Beijing going into early evening. 20 will be the high and lows of 10, while Paris is sunny at 13, highs of 22 and lows of 9. We'll also see lows of 9 in London, where it's sunny at 11, going to highs of 18. And it's clear in New York at 14. Coming into Thursday, we'll see highs of 21 and lows of 14. Getting out of traffic hour not too long from now. Just industrial areas where we see some action. Coming off Langata Road, much better now. But then Uhuru Highway takes up much of that traffic getting into the city, and the CBD is receiving from all ends quite a lot of traffic this morning within the CBD, but all your leading roads looking much better now. Leave for the Thika Superhighway, where just after the Pangani underpass is where we see some traffic, but the earlier traffic that we saw is getting better. On Kiambu Road, back to back, still bumper to bumper as you're trying to get towards Muthaiga Square, and then coming out of Westlands on Wayaki Way, James Gishuru. That doesn't look too bad now. Keep an eye on things through the morning. Talk to us on SpiceFM KE on Twitter. Text 40127.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM.
22 minutes
Nairobi.
to 10. The conversation continues. Eric Latiff, Ndu Okoh, CT Muga, and the Director of Public Prosecutions, Nuruddin Haji, the CEO of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, Twalib Mbarak, talking about integrity and the forthcoming general election. Gentlemen, we've heard you. I mean, you've said clearly it is your hands are tied because of the way the law is structured. The letter of the law is what basically ties your hands. When you ask the judiciary, they tell us the same thing. You know, we are looking at the law and we are applying the law. When you ask the IEBC, they tell us the same thing. We shall just play the role. We shall ask EACC, what do you know about this person? They'll tell us. And if there's a case in court, well, this person, we can't bar them because the law says all of you, the EACC, the ODPP, the Cabinet Secretary for the Interior, the Inspector General of Police, where the DCI falls, the Chief Justice and others, you belong to the National Council for the Administration of Justice, right? And you talk about these things. So if all of you are players that are feeling that your hands are tied, I want to put it out to you. Why can't you just deploy activism? I mean, what if today, Nordin, no, this is to you, Mubarak, a candidate comes to download the form of the self-declaration form from EACC website. If you refuse to stamp it, what next? If IEBC basically just says, all right, there's an issue, and we go to the public and say, we have an issue, we're not going to take this, what next? Let them go to court. But at least let there be a public conversation. I'm just calling out on you. Why can't you play activism, an activism role in this to highlight the issue better?
First of all, you have to know my background. I've never been an activist, and I will never be an activist. The issue of saying you are not stamping, there's no law that says that we should not stamp. We stamp and then we verify. And that's how we picked, we have some people that we've taken to court because of their suspected fake academic papers. It is out of that form that they declared. When we get a red flag, we check with the Kenya National Examination Council and we say this guy's got a fake certificate. And we've taken people to court. The matter is still in court. Then the issue of saying we are members of the National Council of Administrative of Justice, all of us, we agree that the issue are the laws that are having some shortcomings. A good example we'll give you, Eric, is the ESCC through the DPP. We have charged almost 9 governors. These are practical example of how the laws are very weak to have a watertight vetting system on integrity. We have charged 9 governors. Those governors, in fact, one is an issue on corruption, and even separately, he has there's a murder case for him. He's still serving, and people may shout over the roof, say, "Why did the judiciary allow this?" They'll tell you it's the law. These people we are not able to kick them out permanently from their offices when we had charged them, because the law does not allow. And if you look at some of these governors, they have even now shifted bases, going to other places to contest for governor in the coming election. They are not fools. Corrupt people are very smart. You win. You bring down a corruption case through technicality, legal technicalities, and they get good lawyers, and the lawyer will know where to exploit. They'll say, look, under which law? This is a country governed by constitution. We cannot operate like a quasi-dictatorship, or we cannot operate like as if we're in the jungle. They will quote all the laws, and you find that magistrate or judge, he knows morally this guy's a crook, but legally he has to give a ruling as per the law. That is where we go. That is how it is. So it is not because the judiciary has a problem, the DPP has a problem, the ESCC has a problem, the police has a problem, the IBC has a problem. No. I remember we had a meeting with the DPP and chairman of IBC and Mr. Chebukati. We were invited by the Media Council of Kenya last year. And the question was the same. The chairman of IBC said, look, it is true, ESCC red flagged almost 106 candidates. We had red flagged almost 106 candidates, including the former governor of Nairobi. We had red flagged that these people are not suitable to vie for a political position.
There are 3 former governors of Nairobi.
3 former. Just do your guesswork. You know who I'm talking about. Eric, just do your guesswork. You'll know who I'm talking about. Now, the chairman of IBC, he said, look here, I operate under a very scarce budget. Why should I clear these people? They take me to court, and I know, he said, I'm a lawyer. I know very well, technically, they will defeat me. Why should I end up paying legal fees on cases that I know I'm going to lose? What is the solution? The solution is to amend the laws. Who are to amend the laws?
The same politicians.
Yes.
But it's about raising the issue. And that's why I want to come.
Let me finish. So the whole problem here, we will keep on arguing, and we just have an hour with this good program of yours. The issue here is the local people. If there's anything that is vibrant in this country, it's the media. We have media in vernacular, in English, in Swahili, the social, the internet, everything. Everybody, if you ask him or her, what do you know about this politician? He will tell you, this is a very controversial politician. He has this issue of corruption, he has this issue of corruption, he has this and that, or she has this and that. Why do you vote for him or her? You guys, the Standard newspaper, and let me bash it a little bit, it's part of a feedback from the CEO ESCC. The Standard newspaper, a week ago, it was profiling senior politicians who are likely to be the running mates of the main presidential candidates. And 2-3 of those politicians, we have issues with ESCC. A whole one-page coverage of Standard, there was no one sentence to say this politician is facing graft charges, or he has been adversely mentioned, or she has been adversely mentioned on corruption. You went quiet. So how are you helping us as a newspaper?
Hiyo ni kweli bwana.
Tumegonga nyinyi hapa.
Haya, asante sana.
Sio kugonga.
Ni ukweli.
Umesema ukweli.
DPP, you've gone to court, especially in the matter of, governors who are facing cases in court, right? You've gone to court and sought even just clarification on an order. When you ask a governor not to access office, what exactly are you saying? Are you saying that they should not act, or are you saying that they should not walk into office? You've gone to this. You are basically taking that role that I'm saying, the activist role of trying to highlight and blowing the issue out of the water.
Yeah.
Can you do more?
Yeah, we'll try to do more. For example, in my opinion, and you can have differing opinions, that's why you have all these institutions. They are meant to do the checks and balances. In my opinion, for example, the issue of certificates should be much more easier to deal with. If we have the evidence, even before charging them or taking the matter to court, if it is presented to IBC by ESCC, then IBC should be in a position to say, you cannot vie, because this certificate is questionable. And if the individual wants to challenge that, then let them go to court. But we will not clear them unless the court says so. I think that is one way of looking at it. The other issue is, for example, impeachment. If you are impeached, in my opinion, you are not impeached only not to run in Nairobi, but it's across the country, because this is the Republic of Kenya. So you cannot start jumping from one county to the other with an impeachment on your neck and then go and start campaigning uko inje ati you'll become a governor of another county. That will not happen. And as ODPP, we will fight it. We might lose, but we will fight it. Because in our opinion, if you're impeached and thrown out of office, morally, legally, that individual should not be able to run for office. There are quite a number of people who have been impeached. And let them know that we are not going to just sit and watch them.
And I mean, hearing you say that, it seems repugnant to you that such a thing should be allowed to happen, and we're just, everybody's kind of sitting back and watching it happen. But then the question is, further to that, what then would be done if, for anything, that it stands as an example to others that you cannot behave in this manner and get away with it? Because we are talking about integrity and morals here.
Yeah, I think it will be, for me, my argument is that the onus should be on the individual. Let them run to court and get that ruling saying that they can run for office. But as far as you are concerned, you cannot be impeached, really, by Parliament that has equal powers to a High Court, and then come back and tell us that you can run for another office in another county. I mean, I can't just fathom that at all.
You know, gentlemen, you both have a background in intelligence gathering. Am I right in saying so?
Could be.
Okay, that means
Exactly.
that one, nothing could be more affirmative. Okay, now you both have tenure of office. Okay, now one of the biggest problems that we seem to have in this country are related to two matters: money laundering, drug trafficking. Now, in the past, we have seen situations where both the agencies that you had have taken very firm positions about these things. But according to me now, I'm a layman, I observe what is happening in the political sphere. If I'm to go by what the media house France 24 put out there, the amount of money they figure as being laundered in Kenya regularly, something like 25 billion. What am I trying to say? I'm trying to say there are matters that can be dealt with which don't have to do with politicians. And I mentioned the figure 25 billion because it relates directly to even how we borrow and what we borrow and the problems we keep having. If we just park the issues of our politicians aside briefly, I want to hear something positive about how it is we are bringing to a halt some of these things that are not just damaging our economy, but are contributing to this dismal situation that we have.
But you see, we cannot divorce, even in that we cannot divorce issues, for example, of corruption. Because corruption exacerbates all threats that we are facing as a country. And if we cannot deal with corruption, and if we cannot deal with also politicians, then we will not be able to deal with the issues of terrorism or organized crime or narcotics. No way.
I think, Muga,
Yes,
I know you like triggering issues. First of all, the most unfortunate thing about this country is that we are a product of the Western democracy, which appears not to be working for now. We have to agree. I hope people will not say that I'm trying to say that this country should revert to dictatorship. But
or Sharia law.
Or Sharia law. No. I am putting a disclaimer.
Yes.
You know, any country that follows the Western democracy, it is the politician who follows the public. Like, let's say in America, you'll be told this Republican candidate will not make it because he's anti-abortion or because they have imposed this kind of tax. In Kenya, it is the opposite. It is the public that follows the politician. We are like wild beasts. When the leading wild beasts decide this is where we shall cross Mara River, all of them follows. Whether they'll be eaten by crocodiles on the way or whatever, they'll all follow. So unless a time will come where a Kenyan electorate will determine the destination of his political future, as at now, if we are leaving it to the politicians, we are lost. The politicians should know what the public likes or not. So when they will know that corruption is an issue that can bring me down, they'll go back to parliament and legislate and put laws that will be watertight for us to fight corruption. If we don't do that, it will be just the same circus of saying, oh, why can't we do this? Why can't we? Blame game. And right now we are in a blame game throughout. Oh, ESCC is not working, judiciary is not working, the politicians are bad, the DPP is bad. We are just in a blame game. But the real issue is until when a Kenyan electorate will say, this man, he has been flagged by ESCC, this man has a case with DCI, this man, we know he has no criminal record, but we know he used to be an MD of a private company, silently he was sacked, we are not voting for him. That is when things will start, will resort to order. Last week I was in Rwanda. And you can see everything in that country is working. And I told my young officers, you see this country was a failed state 30 years ago. All these systems that are in Rwanda, over 80% were through the assistance of the Kenya government. Retraining their military, immigration, their revenue authority, their education system, because, it was turning from Francophone to Anglophone. Mm-hmm. Kenya government assisted a lot, the Rwanda government, and they've made it. So you ask yourself, what is happening? And we're the ones who taught these people all these things. And they even appreciate. They tell you, you guys have really helped us. I met the head of anti-corruption from Namibia. He told me, you guys did a lot to our country. When we got independence, most of the things we were assisted by Kenya government to set up systems. And you go to Namibia, everything is working. So the irony is that we are the ones who go and teach people outside there, and things go get orderly. Us here, it's like a carpenter. You make very nice furniture, you sell, and at home you have stools. It doesn't make sense.
Twalib, do you think Kenyans are against corruption?
They hate it, but maybe I can give it to Nurdin because I may be partisan. Maybe the DPP can answer that one.
Well, I think as a country we should also not beat ourselves too much. There are also a lot of positives. The fact that we are able to sit here and discuss this openly without fearing, the fact that you have institutions that are independent and can be able to enforce some of these things. Those are some of the positives that we have. Of course, there's a bit of panel beating here and there that needs to be done. And through sensitization, that will happen. We can't compare ourselves with Rwanda, really. I don't want to bring about a diplomatic but we can't compare ourselves. Their ways of enforcing things are different from ours. We have institutions, we have the constitution, we have democratic means of doing things that are different. So we can really not compare ourselves with them. It's good for them. They have come from a failed state. Probably that is what they need to get out of it, and maybe they will develop in a different way in the future. But as Kenya, as a democratic institution within the region, I think we've made a lot of strides. For example, next week we are going to hold an international association of prosecutors. We're going to have over 30 DPPs and attorney generals coming to Kenya to share their experiences. But Kenya being a lead in a lot of the things that we are doing, in how we are combating corruption, how we are dealing with organized crime, with terrorism. We are an example, a shining example in Africa. The other day, yesterday, EACC was bringing DRC officials to come and learn from us. And we've been exporting a lot of our experiences and our expertise to other countries. If we are able to align ourselves to the Constitution and respect the Constitution, respect issues of human rights, I think then we'll be a step ahead of all other states within the continent. And this is what we are trying to strive. And all countries go through these phases. And I think ours is a bit ahead compared to other areas. But
just to add on that,
yeah.
I think, Eric, what the DPP has said is correct. If you move to all the neighboring countries, you will never miss a Kenyan doing something very big in that country. It tells you this country, first of all, I think is one of the leading countries in Africa with a very well-trained human resource. At EACC, we have put a system of information management. Initially, we used to outsource, and there was a foreign company that was doing it. Later on, a youngster in the ICT in EACC, he told the management, I can come up with a program locally here. We can do it, and we'll be able to do this thing without paying a coin. And they did it. And it is working. What does it tell you? You have a very well-trained young population in this country that can do miracles. But what we need to do is to realign 2-3 things, and this country will be very, very far.
And it's important to have these frank conversations instead of having sticking our neck on the ground. And that's what we are trying to do. Sometimes we are unpopular, but it's part of the processes that we have to go through as a country.
Is there any time when you feel your lives are in danger? Because when people take the positions that you take and against the sort of forces that we see.
Personally, I don't feel I'm in danger because I'm not a coward. And we have a saying in the military that cowards die many times. So I am not scared. I am military trained.
Yes.
I've traversed Isiolo, Marsabit area when I was training in the military. I've seen lions at night. I never ran away. So why should I run away from a human being?
I think probably when the president was picking us from the list and forwarding our names to Parliament, he must have had that behind his mind. And for example, I have been on the front line in Somalia as an intelligence officer, ensuring that our interests are safeguarded as a country. So threats, we face them. We're going to face them. And I think some of us, like me, I believe in God, and I know when my time comes, it will come. And we are willing and ready to face the challenges.
Whatever comes.
Yeah.
Let's go to the news. Many people are saying they'd like to talk to you, so we want to open up the phone lines. Stay with us for another hour, all right? The Situation Room extends by an hour today because of the special guest that we have. Si najua. Wakenya wameomba.
The people have spoken.
The people have spoken. So let's get the news and then we open up the phone line 0719-012-600 as we have a conversation with the DPP and the EACC CEO. Good morning.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Well, Dennis Aseto. Director of Public Prosecutions Nurdin Haji is now accusing Parliament of not enacting laws that will operationalize Chapter 6 of the Constitution. Speaking to SpiceFM this morning and accompanied by EACC Talib Barak, Haji said that while Chapter 6 envisions a country keen on living corruption-free, Parliament has failed in enacting laws that will ensure the aspirations of Chapter 6 are achieved.
You know, Chapter 6 and the Constitution itself is meant to be a foundational document, and it talks about our aspiration as a country in relation to integrity, issues of morality and all that. But then it is up to then Parliament to then codify this and bring about laws that will enforce it. But what has happened, as Mbarak has aptly put it, is that they have not done that. They have left it open to the extent that those who are supposed to enforce or ensure that Chapter 6 is actually operational do not have the powers that is desired for them to give the desired results that maybe Kenyans want to see.
EACC CEO Talib Barak on his side said that there is no law that can make one be banned from seeking elected positions, something that ought to change if we are to see the change we deserve as Kenyans.
A candidate comes for clearance, he wants to vie for a parliamentary seat. We do preliminary underground vetting. You realize this guy's Form 4 certificate is fake. You have 100% information. This is a fake Form 4 certificate. I say, okay, this is EACC. Let me talk to Kinoti under penal code, use of forged document. When DCI charged that person, it does not stop that guy from contesting to be an MP. He says the case is under court, and the law is very clear. Article 99 says you can only be barred when all legal processes have been exhausted. These guys are now going for their second term. Quite a number of them have managed to get tickets from the so-called super political parties, which normally when you get the nomination, the only thing remaining is to go and drink and wait to become an MP, because definitely you'll make it.
Now, Canadian nationals in Kenya have been urged to exercise caution when visiting some parts of the country due to threats of terrorism and crime. In a travel advisory, the Canadian High Commission in Kenya advised its citizens to completely avoid travel to areas bordering Somalia, South Sudan and Ethiopia. Mandera, Wajir, Garissa and Lamu counties have been designated as no-go zones by the Commission following incidences of terrorism and kidnappings targeting foreigners in the area. Turkana and Marsabit counties have been flagged for banditry and incidences of cross-border violence. According to the Canadian High Commission, beachfront accommodations on the coastal area are vulnerable to criminal activity such as armed robbery, break-ins and carjacking. Now, the Ministry of Energy and the Energy Efficiency and Conservation sector have begun validating the Kenya National Energy Efficiency and Conservation Strategy Implementation Plan. According to the Energy Principal Secretary Gordon Kialangwa, the next is a roadmap for the government of Kenya towards achieving energy efficiency goals that have a positive impact on Kenya's economy. It aims to reduce the national energy intensity by 2.8% per year to enable the country to achieve a 30% emission reduction by 2030 relative to business as usual to achieve the national targets for Sustainable Development Goal number 7. Now, Keeping Alive Society's Hope organization has launched an application dubbed Pata Haki that is intended to offer justice, health services as well as socio-economic empowerment at no cost to the vulnerable members of the society. Pata Haki is an application available in the Play Store that incorporates the paralegal team trained to offer conclusive lawsuit services to the members of the society who cannot access these services. The European Union and United Nations Development Programme Amkeni Kenya have funded the initiative. Stephen Aguna, an officer from Cash, said that while coming up with the application, they have gone ahead to involve clinician services more so to tackle issues related to sexual and gender-based violence cases across the country. Now, Siaya Senator James Orengo, who is vying for the county's governor's seat, has now picked William Oduol as his running mate in the race. Orengo, who was given a direct ticket by the Orange Democratic Movement Party, announced the decision in a letter to the party's National Elections Board. Oduol is initially set to contest for the Alego Usonga parliamentary seat, presently held by ODM Sam Atandi, but later dropped his bid. He sought the Siaya governor's seat in 2013, beating out Ayala Member of Parliament Dr. Oburu Oginga in the ODM nominations before the ticket was later handed to incumbent county boss Cornel Rasanga. This is Newswire. I'm Dennis Aseto. Good morning.
Well, the conversation continues at 5 minutes after 10. We have with us in the studio Twalib Mbarak, the CEO of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, Nuruddin Haji, the Director of Public Prosecutions, talking about that integrity issue. And we want to open up the phone line shortly, 0719 012 600. But DPP, you were quoted in the media a couple of weeks back with regards to continuing charges against officers who were facing corruption in court. And there was a lot of confusion. What exactly is the DPP saying? Is the DPP saying that he's going to not charge anybody who has a corruption case? Is he not going to continue with that? When you said you're not going to prioritize corruption cases for now because you have elections coming up, what exactly did you mean?
No, exactly that. What I meant is in the next 4 to 3 months, our priority will be focused on election violence, election-related offences, which incidentally include corruption cases. This is in relation to the kinds of resources that we are going to dispose out there. Considering that the elections will be across the country, we must have the attention. We must give it the attention it deserves. First of all, if you look at the kind of funding we have, it is not sufficient. So as the manager, I have to be able to prioritize the fundings depending on the challenges that I'm being faced with. And I think currently, the biggest challenge that we're going to be faced with as a country is ensuring that these elections are peaceful and that Kenyans are able to exercise their rights. And because of that, we are prioritizing that. Our priority has always been corruption, but it will probably become priority 2. And priority 1 is to ensure that we deliver a peaceful, free and fair election. That's what I meant.
So what are the cases that you'd then be taking the number 1 position? What kind of cases that are related to elections?
Well, election violences or corruption related to maybe procurement of systems and or corruption relating to election offences themselves, for example, bribery and all that. Those are the kind of offences that we'll be looking into. And this starts initially people always thought election violence and election-related offences only happened during the election, that is on August 8th. But this is something out of experience. We have noted that it builds up over a period of time. And this is where now we are trying, we are concentrating our resources into ensuring that we have the expertise, we have the people on the ground who will be able to deliver.
What prohibits or stops both of your offices from being vocal about some of these things beyond what has already been done? We can understand that the law with all its tether wraps you up and says you cannot do more than this. You cannot do. But then what stops a message from coming out from both of your offices with regularity about what you're saying today? I mean, like you say, gloves off, let's have this conversation about saying, what decisions are we making as a country when it comes to the leaders that we're putting into office who even have a stain? We've seen people in other countries, for example, who it has not even been smelt by the law. It has not even, the vanguards of security, for example, or corruption or whatever, have not even said a thing. But they, because of the high morality index, have said, you know what, this could potentially besmirch this office, and they step down. Right? What stops the EACC, the DPP, from saying, you know what, guys, this is the truth of the matter, and we're not on our watch will we stand by and allow these things to continue to happen in this manner?
I think, to be fair, we've been doing that. For example, I've become so unpopular that every 2 weeks I'm being taken to court,
right,
because of the decisions that we are making, and because of the changes that we are trying to bring, so that we are able to do some of these things. But we are not deterred. There are times when we go on overdrive, and there are times then we watch what kind of reaction is coming out of it, and then also testing and piloting some of these ideas that we have that are innovative. For example, the guidelines on the decision to charge. If adhered to strictly by both investigators and the prosecutors, you will see a big difference in terms of the kind of quality cases that we are going to deliver. And then it will also help us to expedite some of these processes. But then when you have individuals who are always trying to throw spanners so that it doesn't work, of course, we are going to be a little bit dragging in terms of the desired changes that we want to see.
Is there anything that prevents you from listing all the people whom you have cases against and letting the public know, naming these ones, MP this and this, case against him this, governor this, senator this, whoever it is?
I think I need to educate you on that.
Please.
The EACC, we do what we call quarterly reports. We submit that to the AG, we submit even copy to the DPP Parliament, and it contains all that. We normally show it, and it is even, the media picks it in public. Going back to the question, I want to combine the answer for what you said about why don't we put an overdrive. You know, there's a principle that Aristotle talk about. Anything that is extreme can become poisonous. To be very rich, he said, it's not good for society. If everybody is rich, you'll just have a country full of arrogant people. And if people are very poor, you'll have a country full of misery. So he said the middle level. So we try to maintain that principle, because when we shout a lot, the public may end up saying, these people are just shouting and they're doing nothing. Because the citizens are frustrated. They'll see on the ground that all what these people are saying, things are not working. And there's something that the DPP has talked about, which I argued when I was in Rwanda last week with a presenter from Transparency International. You know, Kenya has got a very vibrant media, extremely vibrant. Sometimes you even go overboard. And there's a perception sometimes that Kenya is collapsing because of corruption. And I don't think that is the case. It's just because Kenyans are free to talk on all issues. I asked that guy of Transparency International, you rated North Korea, I don't know, country 165. I asked him, how did you get the data when that is said to be the most closed country in the world to rate it at a position 165? He had no answer. So going back to your question, is that the effort to address corruption is a societal challenge. let us not over-condemn the politicians. We have good politicians. And equally, we have bad politicians. We have good citizens. We have bad. We have our own challenges as institutions, budgetary problems, and inability to maintain. To keep staff in our places of work because they go for better places. They are young generation, but let us keep on asking these big questions. Let the citizen know that they can contribute a lot in the future of this country. And the good thing about this country is that it is 70% youth. You know, when you talk of youth, you're talking of future. People like us now, we crossed that youth bracket, and now we're just observers, trying to see how the youth are moving. It is up to the youth to get young, focused leaders of their age group who are able to articulate their problems. And you'll find that with time, the way Nurdin has said, this country, as much as we make noise, this country is driven by institutions. Most of the countries in Africa, they are one-man show. Here, this is a country driven by institutions. They are very strong institutions, although there are challenges and we make noise, but there is future, and the main people to drive this are the citizens. So the citizen in this country should be advised, don't let the politician determine your future. Determine your future by getting the right politician, irrespective of their party. And you'll find this country, it will prosper very fast.
Barack, CT here will tell you that he feels that Kenyans love their corruption, this variety of corruption. So here we are saying that actually the onus lies on the electorate to make the decision about who, if you're going to allow said characters to come back. But it is the same electorate, it's the same people who want to ask a leader who has come back to the community, where is your big vehicle? Where is your this, that's the other thing? That we like the corruption, we imbibe this corruption. So then we're asking a group who is not as sanctified or sanitized to make a decision and hopefully to, turn over these individuals. Do you agree with that? In all your dealings of seeing things happen.
That one.
Do you think that's true?
That one is true and is not true. It's true because I remember. I keep on giving this example. I remember when I was in Form 4, 1983. There was a minister who was sacked, a long-serving minister. When he was sacked, the second day, the media picked it that he had no money to take his family back to his home village. And people made noise. They said, look at this guy, so stupid. All those years he was a minister and he never took care of himself. But what is the message? Is that man was...
He had integrity.
He had integrity. But the public, going back to your question, the public were despising him and looking at him as a stupid man who did not build whatever. So there is an element, but also we have an element of many Kenyans who dislike corruption. And the issue of saying that we are voting people who are not people of integrity, this happens everywhere in the world. We had cases in New York where 2 mayors were caught sniffing drugs. Can you imagine a whole mayor? Yeah, it's there. If you Google, you get. I think one who used to be called Barry. I don't know whether it was the mayor of Washington or New York in the late 80s. So even in America, as a developed society with over 150 years of democracy at that time, in the late 80s, you can imagine they elected a mayor who used to sniff coke. The white stuff. So these things come and it's part of the evolution of society. We have this constitution which is almost 10 years old. I think it's time our lawmakers go through it, do some patches, and we'll be there.
Nodi, what do you think? Is it because of the lack of sufficient pressure from the electorate that even the politicians know with impunity? I mean, this law we don't need. We have no pressure at all from the people to make a law that will catch us if we're with our hands in the cookie jar. Is it that because the electorate are beneficiaries somewhere or the other of corruption? When that money is stolen, it's brought to our village. This guy comes and builds a big house. He employs our people. As Watu Mjengo, he employs our people to work for him. Is that part of it?
I think, you know, the problem, Latiff, is also probably how, let me put it this way, the politicians have exploited our culture as Africans and the Ubuntu culture of community ownership. And they've exploited that so much so that, you know, they've not allowed us to move away from that concept in the sense that once you take responsibility, it is you and it is not the community that should take that responsibility. And if you're going, and if you're being given a post, what we expect, even if it's the community that has voted you, but we expect you as an individual to take responsibility and deliver for the community. Deliver for not for yourself. And that if somebody is actually delivering for themselves, they are not delivering for the community. And this is something that we've not managed, especially in the rural areas, to move away from. There is still that concept that huyu ni mtu yetu, akikula sisi tumekula, hata kama umekaa na njaa, you still feel wacha tu yeye akue, labda we will get something out of it. But as a society, we have moved away. Kenya, we've decided that we're going to be a capitalist system. And if you're capitalist, then it is about individuals. So each individual should be taken to task. And each leader who's given that responsibility should be taken to task individually. What have you delivered? So, for example, if it is ESCC and ODPP, we are the first people who should be asked, we've given you this responsibility. Have you delivered as Nurdin Haji? But not as Nurdin Haji ule Msomali kutoka Garissa. Because mimi nikikaa, I'm educating my kids, my salary, I will just share it with my family. But when I get into trouble, naita village yote kujeni. They don't know why. They don't know what trouble I've put myself into, the kind of disservice that I've done to the country. If we can move away from that, and if we can also, as Kenyans, you know, take ownership of Kenya Incorporated, Kenya Republic of Kenya, then we will be able to move away from this shenanigans of individuals saying that they belong to a certain community. When you go for them,
you're targeting our people.
I think part of it is, as ODPP, from June, we're going to go out to communities and do outreach programs and try to sensitize communities on their rights to access justice, but also their rights in terms of when you're going to vote, what is expected of you? What are some of the offences that you should not fall into? Should not take a bribe from a politician, because when you take a bribe, both of you are going to be charged. And then what is the impact of that? So we are working, and we've already come up with a program that we are developing together with the civil society and donor communities, that we will try and reach out there so that we play our role as individuals who have been given the duty to ensure that Kenyans access justice. And how do we ensure that Kenyans access justice? One way is to sensitize them, make them understand. Huyu jamaa akifanya makosa, yeye ni mhalifu. It is him as an individual, not you as a community.
Let's open up the phone lines. 0712 0712-019-600. That's the phone line. Call us right now. Speak to the ODPP and the EACC. So we're talking about the integrity question this morning with the two institutions. One thing that is very clear from what they're saying is the law as is currently written is very weak on the matter of vetting and allowing these two institutions to actually sieve people who have questionable character from getting onto the ballot. Even the IEBC does not have much leeway on this. However, the DPP is saying to him, it's very, very clear. If you are a governor and you've been impeached, you should not even contemplate seeking office either in the county that impeached you or in any other county in this country. And it says it's going to fight this, going to court. Talk to them, 0719 012 600. Please call in right now.
Even as we look at, moving forward and saying, okay, here we are. There's an election coming up in the next 3 months. Here's an opportunity then for people. Do you think that we're looking at years and years of compounded behavior, that it doesn't matter who it is, you would vote them in because of what they're able to do for you? Do you think it's possible to at least even start to chip away at that mentality? Because if we're saying that the responsibility now lies on the shoulders of the electorate to make decisions about people who will come into parliament tomorrow and change laws, or to make decisions about people who have a stain on their character or image and not vote them in at all, do you think that there's enough time to even start to chip away at this behavior of doing things in the way in which it has been before?
Yes, I think the time is there, and that is why the two of us are here. Part is the use of the media. The media is very, very important. But also you need to look at... have you been to northern Kenya yourself?
Some parts.
Where? Maybe Maximum Isiolo. where the old tarmac used to end. You have to look at the other issues which are very, very important. The culture. For instance, most of the northern communities, it is not about who has the agenda. Just like downwards, people look at tribal blocks, then they look at clans. Mm-hmm. And you cannot remove that issue overnight. You cannot go and tell them, this is not allowed, you can't do such things. You'll even offend them. It will come with the education and development that will go there. But as at now, those areas, people do clan arithmetic. Even before you are taken by a party as a governor, candidate for a governorship, that political party must go there and listen to themselves. And themselves will say, now this clan has agreed X is our candidate. Even that leader of the political party from Nairobi, whether it's a big political party, he must listen to them. He must listen to themselves. And once that endorsement comes, if the candidate is illiterate, and for me as a voter, I'm a professor, I have to vote for him. So these are some of the things, inner issues that people must understand. Then when you talk of the corruption within the electorate, you see, this is a country that you have a lot of youth who are not employed. They're desperate. People are qualified, degree holders, they have no jobs. So when a politician comes and unleashes some 200 shilling notes, 500 shilling notes, it's like a dry area that one day has seen a rain cloud that has passed and rain becomes a blessing to them. And they will say, others are putting billboards, at least this man has given us money. So there are other issues to be addressed. The issue of unemployment, the issue of poverty, the issue of public awareness. Like for us in the fight...
Hold on, let me just take a couple of calls because we have callers on the line. Lydia in Parklands, good morning.
Good morning, SpiceFM. Today is a very nice, important day of discussions. I wanted to say that jobs are all getting lost because of politicians. Number one, my mother had a shop on Kenyatta Avenue under Musée Jomo Kenyatta. Trade license was 150 shillings. It paid to commerce and industry. Then the Moi regime came, everything started like cattle rustling. Just by the word of mouth on the road, pay a license to City Council. City Council already had its system. But pay your trade license to City Council. From 150 shillings, with a scratch of a biro, they said pay 6,000 shillings. The next year you go there, by the scratch of a biro, they say pay 12,000 shillings. Another friend had a bookshop on Kenyatta Avenue. They paid 9,000. Next year they were told, if you paid 9, bring 18. Then it went on and on. Whatever is 10 became 20. Then post-election violence again, cattle rustlers came in, paid 35,000. That's 75% more. The following year, pay 4,500 for fire
License.
protection, whatever. It's just on and on. Kettle rustlers should not come back again.
Thank you, Lydia. Thank you very much. Let's hear from Alan in Buruburu. Good morning.
Yes, good morning, SpiceFM.
Morning.
I appreciate you. One more time, I've disappeared for a long time. I was handling a legal case.
Karibu.
But I thank Nurdin Haji. His ODPP's office has stood and directed me in a good way. And then also the Twali Mubarak, both gentlemen have got good ethics. That's why they stand out in public. And they have made enemies amongst the corrupt people. But the true thing about Kenya is Kenyans love corruption. But there's something that would have saved Kenya. The lifestyle audit, had it been done over 1 year ago, a lot of these funny politicians would not be running right now. But there has been undermining, and that's why I called for a revolution. A revolution is a change of mindset also. It doesn't mean going on the streets and throwing stones and shooting people. No, a revolution is a change of a mindset. But the young people in Kenya are losing everything because the country belongs to them in the future.
Thank you, Alan. Let's hear from Mohammed in Mwakijembe. Mohammed, good morning.
Morning, sir.
How are you?
Salamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
Mwanzo nimefurahi sana kupata wageni ndugu Fadil Mbarak bin Saad na ndugu yetu Nurdin Haji. Nimefanya nini jambo la busara kuwaleta hapo kwenye idhaa so that we can interact in this conversation. My topic is the moral rot. Mr. Fadil.
Yes.
The root cause of corruption is brought about by greed, lack of apathy, cheating, dishonesty, and all those moral values which causes someone to be corrupt. Be it the local mwananchi, be it the one in the leadership, across board, whether it's in Kenya or globally. Moral rot is the root cause. So how do we tackle it? Because we have institutions, we have laws. In fact, even if we write our laws with golden ink and dotted with diamonds, as long as moral values is lacking, nothing will happen.
Thank you.
So
He'll respond to that.
I've given ideas to Mr. Eric several times, but they come up with topics which are very interesting, like habitat, nutrition, and all that. But anything to do with moral values, they also not. It appears either they are not keen or they abhor that subject. Thank you very much.
Asante. Before you answer that one, let's hear from Salim in Mombasa. Good morning.
Hello.
Hello, Salim.
Habari asubuhi.
Salim, naomba uzime redio yako tafadhali.
Halo, habari asubuhi.
Salama kabisa.
Bwana, mimi nataka kumuuliza huyu bwana Nurdin Haji. Kuhusu hili swala la Sonko kutolewa Nairobi wenye ugavana kuja kupigania Mombasa. Maanake ikiwa kule yeye alifanya mambo ya corruption akawa impeach. Sasa huku Mombasa ndo ankuja ili apate kuiba ama ndo vipi?
Sasa unataka bwana DPP ya kujibu vipi? Swali gani kwa?
Aniambie kwamba kikatiba yeye aruhusiwa kuhamia.
Okay. Sawa, atakujibu. George in Nairobi.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Yeah, thank you so much, Bwana DPP and Bwana Nurdin Haji and the ESCC guys for the good work that you guys are doing. My main question is that since the two work together, can they actually share their knowledge to make work much more easier and faster? If they can invest into knowledge management systems,
all right,
that can help you in a better way.
This is sharing knowledge between the two institutions?
Yeah, and other stakeholders also.
Okay.
Asante. That can make it easier.
All right. Let's take those ones first before we pick other calls.
Let me talk about the moral values.
Yes.
I know he asked in Kiswahili, but I'll reply in English. The issue of moral values it's not ESCC to start educating people. Moral values start the day you are born. When you start crawling, your mother starts showing you, this is fire, don't touch it, the good and the bad. And in sociology, we say we have agency of socialization, which start with the parenting, the environment outside, the education system, the state, and finally the state in terms of correctional services. Imekatana sawe ni unakula bangi ama ni mwizi, jela. So we are having a very big problem in this country in terms of family values. Today, many children are brought without proper parenting, and it's not about single mothers. It's about parenting. Families are not there for their children. The families are being brought up by house help. The mother is not there fighting to get some earnings to make the kids survive. The fathers are nowhere to be seen. They are chasing wealth, building careers, and we look at that in a sum as success. When these kids grow big, you hear something that you cannot even imagine. A child has taken a panga or a pistol, he wants to shoot the father. Maybe it's from the elite family. So we have neglected parenting, and what we are doing right now is like what that guy asked me, what are we going to do as ESCC? ESCC has got 1,000 staff, and Department of Ethics has got 80 staff. So I don't know what we can do for 50 million people with 80 staff.
What would you like to see happening in the society?
In the society is that as much as we are embracing modernity, as much as now marriages, they are becoming very fragile, many people are opting to have single parenting, and those who have married, they tend to neglect the children and the mothers. We need to support the mothers. We need to support the families. We need to have time with our children. We need to have time with our friends. Issues are coming out now. Suicide is becoming very rampant in institutions that are very demanding. Before, that was not the case. There is a rot in the family upbringing, irrespective of which religion you belong to, which tribal group you belong to. There is a problem in how we bring up our kids. And in the long run, this is a time bomb for this country.
Respond to the issue of lifestyle audit.
Lifestyle audit, it's a very complicated issue. Many people will be shocked that as the head of ESCC, I will tell you in black and white, there is no country in the world that has got laws in lifestyle audit. We were trying to work out on that, and we are still working out on that. We are stuck. We noted there are only about 2 countries that have got some semblance of laws on lifestyle audit. One is South Africa, and one is the country that is now in a war, that is Ukraine. And when we went deeper, it was not lifestyle audit because they want to see accountability. There's a hidden political agenda within that lifestyle audit. So we went to big countries like Italy, we went to USA. I can bet there is no formula of lifestyle audit. Lifestyle audit is the public, the media. It has happened. I remember there was a time in France, a minister, the media highlighted that he bought a very, very expensive flat in one of the most expensive areas of Paris. And they said, look, this guy was just a lecturer 6 months ago as an economist. How did he manage to get this flat? And the pressure was too much on that guy until he resigned. So the only time we can do lifestyle audit here, it is us, the citizen, the media, who will come up and blow up these cases, and it will take care of that. But having laws on lifestyle audit is so complicated. The interests are very high. You find even the developed world, they are not interested, because at the end of the day, the architect of putting a lifestyle audit and approval will be a politician, and that is the only person. That is a person that you have targeted in the exposure of corruption. And I just need to bring to attention that I was reading a book on corruption as a global problem, and you'll be shocked. The developed world, they have a lot of corruption. It's only that it's high tech, and they say that there's an engine or a machine is composed of 2 elements for it to work: power and politics. And that machine, the fuel is corruption. So you can see the correlationship that it takes time. It will be difficult to have a document on lifestyle audit. And there's another problem also on some of these laws. Sometimes when you see politicians are not in favor of certain laws, let's not over-condemn them. They fear vendetta, because some of those laws can be used for political witch hunt. It happened in Brazil, where the former president said that he was jailed because he's too influential and the laws were used against him to lock him. So we have to understand it's a very complicated circuit.
Nurdin, respond to the issue of that has been raised. Impeached governor seeking election, just for clarification, again.
Yeah, as I said, my opinion is that once you're impeached, you should not be able to run for office anywhere in this country. And I think myself as the DPP and ODPP will exploit all avenues to ensure that this message hits home. And such individuals are bad. I have nothing against Sonko or anybody else. It's just the law. And it's also about our country. There must be a semblance of respect for the rule of law.
How about in the case where a governor has been, you've taken a governor to court as the ODPP, and the court has barred the governor from accessing office. Now, we're coming into an election. Of course, we still have those whole issue of, exhausting. But you've been told do not access office for now. Should this person contest for elective office, in your opinion?
Ideally, that person should not be. But then again, we go back to the issue of whether we have a conviction or not. And then also the interpretation of the ASECA, I think section 65, that talks about a public officer. And this is something that has not been completely exhausted. But where the Parliament has sat down and passed unanimously that a person should be impeached, and that person, and the courts have upheld it, then that person surely should not be able to run for office. In the issue of morality, there was a point that I wanted to bring. In China, for example, the education system, I think I've said this before, the education system and moral issues have been securitized, and they are a national security issue and a priority. I think maybe in Kenya we will have to go that way, so that when you say securitization, then it is taken up at a very high level in ensuring that our moral values are enforced, and the education system actually tries to deliver a certain standard of moral value that will cut across the country. There was the issue by George about knowledge, sharing knowledge. That's why we have the NCAJ, the National Council on Administration of Justice. Just the other day we were in Naivasha, and we're sitting down and sharing and trying to see how we can synergize and work together and ensure that the interdependence, as much as we are independent of each other, is played out effectively for the benefit of Kenyans.
It's 18 minutes to 11. We want to thank you very much, gentlemen, for coming and joining us and even extending the conversation. Take a minute each to give your closing remarks. Speak to the country and tell them what you'd like them to think about as we're heading towards August 9th. Let's start with you, Twalib.
Mine will be a two-word statement to all Kenyans. Vote wisely.
Make a full stop. Exclamation.
Vote wisely. That's all.
Nurdin?
I think I echo my brother's sentiment that one, let us vote wisely, and two, I think let us put this country ahead. Make sure that we own it. And the only way we can do that is to ensure that we have people of integrity who will deliver for us. And it is not sufficient that individuals who look flashy and all that. I remember even the story of Aladdin, where they were trading the new lamps for the old. Of course, the old doesn't look very good. The new lamps are shiny, but they don't even last long. If we can take it upon ourselves that this is our country, that Kenya is actually a house that we own as Kenyans, then we should be able to bring the right people into our living room, and therefore voting wisely is extremely important.
I think the last one maybe is, as much as we have bashed the media, I would like also to thank you, because we have done a lot of what you call disruption in the fight against corruption, averting loss of billions of shillings, and mainly is as a result of the media, which include the Standard Group. And we also appreciate the public. As much as we say that they are being hijacked by the politician, quite a number of cases that are high profile with EACC, the origin of those cases is that it is the public that brought that information. So let us work as a society, and each group should play its role to the maximum.
Asante sana. Thank you very much for tuning in to Kenya's biggest conversation, The Situation Room, today. And thank you for interacting with our guests this morning, the Director of Public Prosecutions, Nuruddin Haji, and the Chief Executive Officer of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, Twalib Mbarak. We'll be back tomorrow morning, God willing, from 6 to 10 a.m. It's now 11:15.
Classic soul, R&B, smooth jazz, neo soul, and nostalgic ballads.
Make some noise.
You're listening to Spice FM.